So you might know that Wikidata has a ton of data. To be specific, 1.6 billion statements. That's a huge amount. But what do people actually do with that data? I lost my screens. Thank you. So what do people actually do with that data? Because a lot of times we don't even know what our data is used for. And I want to give you some examples of what people are doing with Wikidata's data. This is not a complete sample, and it's not the biggest ones, the most flashy ones, but just to give you an idea of what is out there even, and show you some ones you maybe haven't heard of before. So let's get started with some art, culture, and history. One you might have heard of is called Wikiflix, and it's an amazing website where you can go and watch public domain movies. So if you need a movie for your next movie night, this is where you can find it. And Wikidata provides basically all the data about movies, actors, and so on. Even stuff like, did this movie pass the Bechdel test or not? To this app to provide you with access to really great public domain movies. Now, the next one, you might then wonder, is this movie any good? Should I watch this? Well, there's an app for that called Should I Watch This?, which will tell you what different rating sites on the internet think about a movie and gives you a, yeah, you should probably watch this, or maybe pass on that one. And Wikidata gives that app all that data about the movies and the link to the various movie rating sites that are out there. Superman, for example, definitely worth watching according to the internet. Now, let's say you're maybe not into movies, and maybe you're instead into books. Then Paulina might be for you. And we even have the creator of Paulina here in the audience. Yay! So Paulina is an amazing website where you can enjoy public domain books instead, powered by the other Wikimedia projects as well. So here, Wikidata provides data about the books and their authors and more. Highly recommend it. You get access to a lot of great content. Now, let's say neither movies nor books are your thing. Maybe you're more into visual art. Then the Open Art browser is for you. It's a website that lets you browse art all around the world by genre, by when it was created, who created it, what the motifs on the art are, and so much more. So it's a really nice way to get immersed into art. And here Wikidata provides data about the artworks, the artists, and much more. And of course, Wikimedia Commons provides the images of the artwork, and Wikipedia provides some explanatory text if there's a Wikipedia article about the artwork, if it's famous enough. Now, maybe just consuming art isn't enough for you, then you can move on to Glamorous Europe, which is a website where you can browse art, and it lets you extract pieces of the art and create your new remixed artwork. So this is your way to get creative and create some new art and remix. And here, Wikidata provides the data to access to the different artworks, of course, that are available on Wikimedia Commons. And one last one in this category that actually was pretty hyped in the press because it gave local journalists something to latch onto. It's called Notable People. And it's a website where you can see a globe, like here, and then zoom in and find who is the most notable person of that place that you're looking at. That might be for good reasons or for bad reasons, but if you ever wanted to know who the most famous person is from where you are from, this is a good way to find out. And Wikidata here provides, of course, the data about the people, where they were born, when, but also some indicators of how famous they are, like how many Wikipedia articles do they have across different languages, and so on. Now, enough of art and culture, let's move on to some software and technology. Let's say you're looking for a new program to do a task that you want to have to do at your work or personally. Then SIL, which is the French government's free software portal, is there to help you. And basically what it gives you is an overview of very useful free software programs that you can use for different tasks, like here, Keynote Live, the video editor. And here, Wikidata provides data, of course, about the software, like which license it's under, who created it, where its source code repository is, and more. Now, many of you traveled here, so let's look at some travel apps and how Wikidata can support you in your travel. Probably the most useful one is KD Itinerary. It's a digital travel assistant, basically, where you can send your train tickets, hotel bookings, and so on, and it will nicely, in a privacy-preserving way, keep that for you and help you manage your trip. Now, this app uses Wikidata for parts of how it is helpful for you as a traveler, such as, hey, you're traveling to this country, be aware they're driving on a different side of the road. Or you might need to take a different power adapter because the power outlets are different in that country you're traveling to. So just small ways to be helpful to you as you travel. Then, when you're at your place that you're traveling to, you might want to know a bit about what's around you. Where's the next coffee shop? Where's the next restaurant? Where's the nice park? And here, Cartes, which is a French project to provide you basically a free and open version of Google Maps with the help of OpenStreetMap, Wikidata, and many other open projects. And here, Wikidata provides data about places and links to images on Commons, for example, and much more. Now, maybe you are not so interested in traveling today, but maybe you're more interested in travel in the past. And here, Expeditia is one really nice project that lets you follow past research expeditions and others around the world and which artifacts they brought, what research they did, and so on. So here, one in Mexico, for example, so you can follow all these past research expeditions and learn more about what they did. And now, if you are an ancient traveler, you need to know how you're going to get by ship from place A to place B, so navigation. This is where e-rudder comes in, and you can tell it what kind of vessel you have, and from where to where you want to travel, and it will tell you how many days you would be traveling to get to your place. So here, Wikidata provides, for example, information about the different ports that you could be traveling between. Now let's move on to some learning, exploring, and research. Since we're in Wikimedia, this is important. And the first thing we're learning about is language. It's very difficult to communicate with other people across language barriers. So you learn a language, but maybe you know the language just enough to be able to understand it, but not quite yet. You're not quite there yet to write, for example, your friend a text message. This is where Scribe comes in, and it's a digital, it's a keyboard for your phone, basically, and it will help you with helpful grammar hints, for example, like how do I form the plural of this noun and things like that, to help you write better text message in a language you're learning. And here it uses data from Wikidata's Lexemes, which, if you haven't heard of it, that's also important to check out. It's basically the part of Wikidata that holds data about words as opposed to things in the world. Now, I guess many of you have heard of Scholia, but just to be sure, Scholia is your little research assistant by your side, and it is a website where you can explore the work of different scientists. You can find out more about individual papers they wrote, or different conferences, what kind of people are publishing there. You can find out who are the most prolific publishers about a specific topic, for example, all based on the data in Wikidata about scientific articles. Now, if you're a bit more advanced in terms of biology and genomics research, then Wikigenomes is maybe for you. And it is a database based on the gene data in Wikidata that gives you access to the different genes in various model organisms, for example, and how they interact. So if that's your area of expertise, go check it out. And while not technically an app, I thought this was very cool, so I'm gonna add it anyway. It's a paper that a team of researchers wrote, where they looked at literature over time, and they tried to identify what kind of animals, plants, and so on are mentioned in the literature, and how that changes over time. And to use that as a way to understand how is the biodiversity on Earth changing, how much nature do we not write about anymore because it's extinct, for example. So I thought this was a really cool way of using Wikidata to get an understanding of how many, what kind of animals there are, what kind of plants there are, and find them in literature across centuries. Now, all of that was very head-heavy. Let's go to some gaming and games, because we also want to have some fun. The first one is, if you're a video gamer, and if you have a ton of video games that you're playing and you want to review all of them, then WGList is your place to go. It's a website where you can rate and share the different video games that you have. Highly recommended to check it out if you're a gamer. But not just can you find data about other games in Wikidata, you can even build your own games, of course, with the data in Wikidata. And there are several, but one I want to highlight is Flashback Fiesta. And it's basically a way to play with friends, and you get cards, like you can see here, and you need to put them in the right chronological order. Sometimes this is much harder than you would think. Now, let's move on to some politics, fact-checking, investigative journalism, because that's another big area that Wikidata supports. You might have heard about GovDirectory. It's a project by two Wikimedians, Jana Nali and Albin Larsson. And it's basically a way to help people make their voices heard in government. You can go to a website and find out who in your government is responsible for specific topics, like which ministry, for example, and then find out how to get in touch with them, their email addresses, their social media accounts, and so on, to really help you make your voice heard about a topic that you care about. And Wikidata provides the data about how the different parts of your governments are structured and how they relate to each other. It provides the contact details for all these different institutions to really make it easier for people to get in touch with their government. Another one is Open Parliament TV, and it's a website that for the German Bundestag has recordings of all the speeches and so on that are happening there. And then it will provide you additional information about who is speaking, what are they speaking about, and so on. And then it's very easy to find out which people are speaking on a topic you care about, for example, or which parties are in these discussions for which positions on a divisive topic, for example. So that's another way how Wikidata can support more transparency and more involvement in things that determine our lives, right? And another one is called Gestapo Terrororte, and it's a website that uses the data in Wikidata to make visible the atrocities of the secret police of Nazi Germany. And here it's really, there's a project behind it where people really collect what has been happening, what are the places, who are the people involved, and so on, to really help people understand their history and what it means for today. And a last one here is called Open Sanctions. Now, especially in recent years, sanctions on individual people or governance has become more of a thing. Now, the tricky piece is you need to enforce those sanctions because otherwise they don't matter. Now, how do you enforce that? You make, for example, banks check who they are working with, that the people they are working with are not on any sanction list. Now, Open Sanctions is a project where people who are on sanction lists or otherwise politically exposed are listed, and their affiliations, their aliases they are working under, and so on, to really help enforce sanctions that are in place around the world. And one last category, curiosities, which honestly is almost my favorite, which is Tom Scott, a YouTuber, some years ago did an experiment where he asked his audience to rate two things against each other, which one is better, which one is worse. He did this many, many times. So he got a lot of votes between two things, which one is better, to then generate the comprehensive list of what is the best thing, well, according to his audience, but still, it's the best thing. Now, I'm not going to show you what the end result was, but it's better than hugs. What could possibly be better than hugs? To find out, you will have to watch the video. The link is on the slide. So what Wikidata brought to this is basically he was faced with this challenge of, okay, what could possibly be the best thing? Well, like, there's so many things that could be the best thing. Where do I get a list of all the things? That's Wikidata. So he took all the items on Wikidata and cleaned them up a bit, took out people, for example, scientific articles, and so on, and then used that as the base to find out what the best thing is. Now, with that, I want to close the showcase part and encourage you to help build out the data in Wikidata to support amazing applications like these. Or if you're a developer or a friend of a developer, start using the data that we have and build something that maybe next year will blow people's minds. And if you're a developer, there is a new developer portal on Wikidata. You can find it with the QR code. It's at Wikidata:/for-developers on Wikidata, where you will find more information about how to get to the data, and there's also a support page and more. Everything you could hope for. And with that, thank you so much, and see you on Wikidata. Oh, and one last thing, if you didn't get enough yet, if you look at the slides online, there's one last slide with even more stuff that you might enjoy. And I think we have a few minutes for questions, if people have questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Are these applications you introduced based on Wikidata Query Service, or are there any other Spark endpoint?
Not all of them use the query service. Some of them use the other APIs, like the Action API, the REST API, the linked data interface, and so on. I don't think any of them uses another query service besides the Wikidata query service, but they could if they wanted to.
Thank you.
How did you find out about these? Did you sort of dig through them, or is it unknown? Or
so how I found out that they are using data from Wikidata? Yeah. It's very different. Sometimes they, which I think is amazing, and I would encourage more, they put it's powered by Wikidata sticker on it, or mention it in their about page or something like that, and then it will be picked up, for example, in a Google alert that I have on Wikidata. Sometimes it's just the developer coming to us and asking a question. Sometimes it's pure luck because someone goes to a source code repository and is like, no, that looks like like they're accessing Wikidata's data. Let's find out more. So it's all over the place, really.
But did you manage to sort of reverse engineer it, like
sometimes,
sometimes. Traffic to Wikidata and find out that it's from somewhere else?
We did look at some logs, but the majority of those are not coming from that.
I just wanted to quickly thank for the video about from the Tom Scott. I was for years sharing that video, and I think he was one of the most prolific popularizer of Wikidata generally, also with his show Citation Needed based on Wikipedia articles. So thanks for that. And thanks for very good presentation. Found a lot of stuff. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, and thanks for the wonderful presentation. So I just want to ask, is there a page on Meta or on Wikidata where one can get to find all the powered apps so we can get to explore on them?
You're asking for a page where these apps and others are listed on Wiki?
Yes.
Yeah. There is a page, but it's been a bit neglected, and one of the things I want to do is clean that up. So right now, no, but in the future, yes. Until then, you can have access to the slides. They're linked in the program, so you can look at the slides that I have shown you.
Problem. Thank you.
Okay, Lydia, thank you for your presentation. Have you ever thought of a tool directory? Like something we have on like ToolForge for Wikidata tools, where you can list them by categories. That would be fun, right?
That would be fun. I hadn't considered that yet, but maybe we should do that. Yeah. Which reminds me, since we're at the end of the time, you should come to the Wikidata meetup, and maybe there will be some spoilers there for new apps being built. It's later today. There's a Wikidata meetup. Join us there. Thank you so much, everyone.
doing this work with the Grapher extension, and I was able to jump through a bunch of hoops and get our world data uploaded to Commons, and then import that data into the Wikimedia Foundation's Grapher tool, built at that point in time by Yuri, and then get that interactivity into Wikipedia. But as you know, Yuri built the tool that allowed this functionality. It worked, but it lacked some nice details. It wasn't very pretty in the end. And then, of course, as many of folks are aware, when Yuri left the Wikimedia Foundation, development stalled, and finally the extension was turned off in 2023 because of security issues. So what we did after that, so we then tried to build a number of ways to directly integrate our world data graphs into our ecosystems. The first method we tried is we took iframes and we basically ported those iframes into Wikipedia with a little consent pop-up, informing folks that, you know, if they continue on to the interactive capability, they're releasing some of their data potentially to our world data. We had this up and running in Spanish and in Basque just over a year ago, and the Wikimedia Foundation then came forward at that point in time, said they had security concerns around this technique, and has requested that we remove this capability from Basque Wikipedia and Spanish Wikipedia, not roll it out further. So during this time, we developed a way to view CT scans. And I could show you our CT scan viewer if I could figure out how to get my computer to load up. Have we had any luck getting the data from my computer up on the screen? Yes? No? No? Okay, so it doesn't sound like we can get that functionality. So what we did is we basically built a CT scan viewer that allows you to scroll through CT images. So basically a CT is, you see a two-dimensional image, but you can go through slices of the human body. And we have this working on English Wikipedia. And so, you know, when we ran into issues getting our prior techniques of getting our world and data working, what we decided to do is decided to adapt our CT scan viewer technology to viewing our world and data slides. So rather than having the data visualized in real time, what we did is we basically uploaded 500 or so still SVGs to Commons, and we moved to an on-Commons approach for data visualization, where you can slide through various images to visualize them. So we built this on top of our CT scan viewer, and what it does is it allows parts of the image to be clicked, so you can pull up graphs for specific countries. We did a bunch of work on improving bandwidth, because, you know, loading 500 images all at once, it was like 24 megabytes to view a single interactive graph. And what we did is we moved to only loading part of, we load one SVG fully, and then we only load parts of other SVGs after that. Of course, uploading 500 images one by one would be unreasonable for any Wikipedian, so we built tools that automate this process, so with one simple click you can upload all 500 or all 1,000 images you need for a single data visualization to Commons. And then we did a bunch of work around getting this to format properly on desktop and mobile. Okay, so unfortunately, we seem to have technical problems here today. You can see the output of this technology at the links provided. You can see our upload tool at the links provided. And then you can see another nice add-on, the SVG editor, at the link provided. So basically, since we've moved to an all on Commons and SVG approach, our world and data is only in English. We, of course, are in hundreds of different languages, and this approach that we have taken has allowed us to translate our world and data material from English into whatever language we want to, and we can now get fully interactive graphs in the many languages of Wikipedia. So this is an example of our upload tool. You basically hit import map. You put in the URL from Our World in Data, you click the little button, and then it will run in the background and do these large number of uploads. Now, Amir Labs Group has asked us not to upload all 10 million of these files before December, but hopefully after that, we're going to look at doing a mass upload from of all 14,000 of these graphs to Commons, and we'll make it easier for everyone to continue building on this work at that point. And so, you know, some of the things that it provides, so this here is our upload tool. What you see here on the right is you see all the list of SVGs and some code around it. This code will need to be copy and pasted onto the Wikipedia in the language itself. And here's the example of the code being, you know, for Parkinson's disease being copied into sort of a template space, and then the gadget itself will call that template to pull in all the images that are listed in on that page. With respect to using this, one of these data visualization graphs on Wikipedia or on the wiki itself, you know, you call a template, you state what year of data you want it to start with out of the available years. You state that that gallery of images, that code that you got from the upload tool, and then, you know, we also need a fallback. So, you know, this here works on mobile, this here works on desktop, but it doesn't work within the Wikipedia app. So what we have is we have a still image of the most recent data for this information. You see that under File Equals. And that gives those folks a still non-interactive image as a fallback. And this is also going to be our solution for offline. You know, we're not going to have interactive material offline, but we'll be able to give people a still image of the most recent world map, or whatever image you state at that point in time. So when placed live on Wikipedia, you know, this is the epidemiology section of the Parkinson's disease article. You see the still image over there on the right side. You see a little play button. When you hit that play button, what will happen is it, you know, it'll pop up an interactive graph. Hopefully before the end of my session, we'll figure out the technology piece here, and I'll be able to show you how that works. Here is the SVG translation tool, same as what, you know, it was created by, I'm not sure who made it, licensing is at the bottom, but it's built into Commons to make translating SVGs nice and easy, and integrating those translations with the SVG within Commons itself. And then there's a little drop-down menu that lists what languages that SVG is available in. And here's an example of translating SVGs. So, you know, as I mentioned, it takes about 500 of these SVGs to make one interactive graph. Now, we wouldn't want our translators to have to translate each one of those individual 500 SVGs. So all that we need is, because the data is very similar across each and every SVG, what we can do is we can just translate the oldest SVG in the world set, and then that SVG forms the basis of the text that you see across all the subsequent images. So when we're done, you only need to translate one SVG out of the 500. You won't need to translate all 500. So why is this relevant to us? Well, you know, back in 2015, the Wikimedia Foundation did a big strategy consultation of our readership. They surveyed 1,300 readers, and they asked them, what are the key things you want us to do as the Wikimedia movement to make our content better for you? Number one is our readers ask for an app, and number two, our readers ask for us to generate more rich content within our encyclopedias. We, of course, have done great work on getting a high-quality app out there. We've done much less well on getting rich content in our encyclopedias. You know, we're, of course, every language is very heavily text-based. You know, we have some still images, but our site is very poor from an interactive point of view. It's, you know, there's few video, and I think we can do a lot better to bring our work into the 21st century, and I think this is one way we can do that. You know, another thought is, you know, could this technique be used to visualize other forms of CSV content? Definitely. We of course moved many steps back in time when we turned off the Grapher extension. We now have some beginning work where we can do some, slight graphical tools within the Wikimedia movement now, but it's not what it needs to be. One of the huge benefits is making this content multilingual. So it allows us to make the graphs multilingual. This is very good for us, but it allows us also to potentially give back to Our World in Data. We have met with the team at Our World in Data. They have about 60 staff, mostly who are programmers, and they just don't have the bandwidth to make their content multilingual. And us doing this sort of work could potentially help them, get their site multilingual rather than just being in English. One exciting thing here is yesterday, in collaboration with Basque Wikipedia, we now have this working in its first language of Wikipedia as of yesterday, which is Basque. So with respect to next steps, if there's folks who want to roll out this usage in their own Wikipedia, one unfortunately needs to be an interface admin, but there's only, what do we have there? 7 steps to getting this working in your language. So there's, a bunch of gadget stuff you need to, some JavaScript stuff you need to copy over, and then you need to add something to the MediaWiki gadgets/definition. And if you make those changes in your language, it will, you'll be able to use this data visualization there. Now, an interesting thing is, I mentioned at the beginning of my talk how we initially looked at using iframes, and the Wikimedia Foundation basically put a halt to it back in April of 2024. A couple days before this conference, the Wikimedia some staff of the Wikimedia Foundation reached out to me saying that they had reached an internal agreement that iframe approach is actually going to be permitted. The Wikimedia Foundation has formed a memorandum of understanding with Our World in Data. They're happy with Our World in Data's privacy and protection standards on their end, and they are willing to allow us to use this iframe technique. And similar, what you do is you show a static image from Commons. You have that play button there that you see on the right, very similar to the All Commons approach. And then when pressed, a pop-up appears, and it pulls the data not from Commons at that point, but it pulls the data directly from Our World in Data. Here's an example of the consent pop-up. So when you hit that play button for the first time, it says, do you consent? The consent of Our World in Data is hosted, or the content of Our World in Data is hosted externally. Do you consent to share your IP with them to show this content? And it links to Our World in Data's privacy statement. Now, this isn't the first time our movement has used consent pop-up for external third parties. Wiki Voyage uses a very similar consent pop-up for some of their map data. When you go to Wiki Voyage, you can look at an OpenStreetMap, but it won't show you, topographical information. It won't show you the elevation of mountains. If you want that material is available from a third party. You can click on the little button, and you'll get a consent pop-up before they'll show you that topographical data within the map, very similar to this. So we sort of built it on that precedence. And then this is what it would look like if we went in this direction. Here is that interactive graph. There's a slider at the bottom where you can move from one year to the next. You can click on the various countries and it will pop up a graph for that country. You can zoom into certain parts of the globe. Europe is always very hard to see. There's many countries packed into that region. So you can pop up Europe and it'll show you a specific map zoomed into Europe. And if this was moved forward on Wikipedia, it would still show under the Wikipedia URL. So the top line would say, wikipedia.org, and of course the page that interactive graph is from. So, with respect to the iframe approach, there's some pluses and some minuses of going with iframes. One of the pluses is less work to maintain. If Our World in Data adds another year of data to, let's say the graph on adolescent pregnancies. It will automatically update, within Wikipedia. You don't have to go back over and over again to, pull in the, each subsequent year. The Wikimedia Foundation, Wiki Project Med, has formed a relationship with Our World in Data, and we have a pending memorandum of understanding, as I mentioned, to help us move forwards. So, legal has signed off on this, security has signed off on this at Trust and Safety. So this is an approved approach from the Wikimedia Foundation. The consent pop-up, it still is a consent pop-up. We're still sending some information to a third party, so it still does represent some security concerns. And it will, if this technique does roll out, it would be a language by language decision, or a project by project decision on whether or not projects would accept this. My biggest concern with the iframe approach is that it is difficult / impossible to translate this material. So unless, we convince Our World in Data to start making their material multilingual, I personally know, even though we developed this initially, I now think, the work we did over the last 18 months is a better way to go and is more in line with our movement's fundamentals. So currently we have a discussion ongoing on English Wikipedia on which approach we should go with and whether or not we should activate this on English. And as I mentioned, Basque Wikipedia is the first wiki that has it up and running already, thanks to Gelder. So I don't know, did we ever get I'd love to show you guys this software live. Did we ever get my computer working? Can you pull up, can you have a feed run from my computer to the monitor? Otherwise, I guess we'll open it to questions. And if anybody wants to see this software run live, just stop by and, I'll be happy to run through how it works live on Basque Wikipedia, MDWiki, for those who are interested in learning more. James.
Hi, James. So you said it was enabled on Spanish Wikipedia, and you were told there were legal problems, so you had to take it down. And now it's been enabled on Basque Wikipedia. What is the difference between those two?
Oh, so 14 months ago, we had an iframe approach. And the iframe approach, the foundation raised concerns. And it was running on Spanish and Basque Wikipedia at that point in time. And that technology has been turned off. And then we went back to the drawing board and we did everything over again, all the way from the ground up. And we went with a 100% commons approach built on still images of SVGs using no iframes, which doesn't have those security concerns. So what we have now is completely different than what we had before. They just look the same to the end user, but they're technologically 100% different. Oh.
So totally unrelated. So if you're going to have if you're going to have a MOU with Our World in Data, it seems a pity for the community to do all the translation work and for it not to be able to be used by Our World in Data and instead only be held at the Wikimedia level. But it sounds like they're not particularly interested in that.
So, probably 2 years ago, we had a discussion around translation. And, Our World in Data was interested in translation, but it wasn't a priority for them. And they're a small NGO, and they just didn't have the capacity to do that. It is on their plan at some point in time. I don't know exactly what their structure is. But, I just heard about the new memorandum of understanding between the Wikimedia Foundation and Our World in Data literally 2 days before I flew here. And it was quite surprising. I thought that was a totally shut door. Now that they're willing to work with us, I think we do need to build structures to how do we give back these translations that Wikipedians are doing back to our world and data and sort of help them become multilingual. And it'll be a win-win for both of us.
Absolutely, it's so exciting. Thank you.
Any other questions?
From online, do you was asking about JavaScript when asked about iframe?
Can you repeat that?
Questions from online.
Yes. What was the question?
Do you was asking about JavaScript when asked about iframe?
I'm not sure. So the interesting thing is, as I mentioned, I'm a physician. I'm not a technical person. My skill comes in is I repeatedly poke technical people until they do what I want to achieve. So I'm more sort of like a high-level project manager who harasses programmers until I sort of get the functionality that I'm looking for. So do I have a great grasp of how this works? I only have a superficial grasp of how this works. So, we at Wiki Project Med Foundation, we've had 3 programmers working for us at various times on this piece of software. And they include Brian Wolf, which many of you probably know, Hassan and Tim Moody. Those have been our 3 programmers who have been working hard on developing this, and they'll know more details on the software, the code, etc. It's all available, of course, freely online, and you can look at it. But yeah.
Oh, that's okay. Other questions have?
Hello, Doc James. We just met yesterday about our session. Hopefully, we have a copy of that session. So I just want to ask, how much engagement do you have with the organization behind Our World in Data? Are you involved in terms of how they would further improve the website and much more data they could include there?
So we've had a couple of meetings with Our World in Data, from the Wiki Project Med Foundation side of things. And then, 14 months ago, we sort of handed that relationship over to the Wikimedia Foundation. And from what I understand, the Wikimedia Foundation has had multiple more meetings with Our World in Data. So with respect to us providing them feedback, they're open to feedback from the wider community. They're a great organization, but like many of us have limited capacities and of course have their own priorities. Yeah. But we plan to keep working on developing our relationship with Our World in Data now that the Wikimedia Foundation has done more of the legwork with informing, with respect to forming an official connection with them. Now, they were hoping we'd go with the iframe approach. So I don't think they're really aware of the feedback from the community yet on this point, and I don't think they're really aware that we've developed a completely different workflow to duplicate what the iframes have done. There might be, we're not quite sure how that is going to roll out and affect our ongoing working relationship with them at that point. But hopefully, they'll understand, and we'll be able to, convince them that us providing translations will be good for both of us, and that this workflow is also reasonable. Oh wait. So once again, there's nothing comes out of my computer. One last try. No. Okay. Okay. Great. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming. Too bad. Too bad. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks.
It's your?
Huh?
No.
This is my
Here?
laptop, yeah. Yeah.
Mwangi lights. Hey, Mwangi lights.
Take your seats. As you see, our panelists have taken the seats, and we'll be beginning the keynote panel on the AI landscape very, very soon. Request you all to take your seats, and we'll be beginning in less than a minute. Thank you, everyone.
I'm just joking.
Everyone, and welcome to our keynote panel on all things AI. So this afternoon, we're going to be talking about some of the opportunities and challenges with AI, as well as what's going on with AI across Africa and some of the things that we can learn for the Wikimedia movement. So my name is Nadine Ganasina. I'm Chief of Staff at the Wikimedia Foundation. I'm joined here on this panel by several experts across machine learning, AI, and open source technology. I'll introduce each of them as we get going. For our panel today, we're going to start with a conversation just with us, and then we'll open it up to your questions. We'll have some mic runners a little bit later on, and we really want to hear from all of you. Okay, I know some folks are still trickling in, but I think we have a lot to cover, so let's get started. So I'm going to start with Dr. Joyce Nabende. Dr. Joyce Nabende is a senior lecturer in the Department of Computer Science at the School of Computing and Information Technology at Makerere University. She is the scientific head of the Makerere Artificial Intelligence Lab. She's also a board member of Data Science Africa, which aims to grow data science professionals in Africa. So, Dr. Nabende, thanks so much for being here with us, your first Wikimania. Can you share some examples of the work your lab is doing with AI?
Hi, everyone, and thanks, Nadine, for the introduction. So, as Nadine has mentioned, we run a center of AI at Makerere University, which is really close here to Kenya. So, we've been doing work in AI, and I like to say this because when we talk about AI, everyone is excited because of ChatGPT, but I want to mention that we've been doing work before ChatGPT was known in AI. Yeah, we've been doing work in several areas, for example, in computer vision, building disease diagnosis models, for health and agriculture, and providing tools for smallholder farmers who are really interested in, for example, getting advisory on what they can do with, if I wanted to get clean planting materials in my region, where do I get this advice from? So as basic as providing an application on a mobile phone that a smallholder farmer can be able to use in the community, we've been doing work there. But the greater bit of the work that we've also been doing is around language, because we think this is important. And I like this because I think in 2019 we were excited. We had a grant just to tie language with agriculture, to provide and understand crop disease surveillance in the country based on an unconventional data source. And I like to say that because when we think about radio recordings that are out there, no one ever stops to think, oh, that could be a very good data source for training models. But we started out by looking at these speech recordings because they were free, they were available, and people actually call into radio to say the problems that they experience in the society or in their different communities. So when we started out, we were excited, we had a grant, everything was working well until we realized that we didn't have the data sets in our local languages to train these models. And so that really has spurred the work that we've been doing in the lab, one around being intentional in creating these speech and text data sets in local languages in Uganda, collaboratively with the experts who speak the languages or the communities from which we're collecting the data sets. And then overlaying different tools on this, for example, building machine translation, speech recognition models, And the beauty is that they are subject agonistic, so once you have a tool, it's very easy for you to now get more training data, fine-tune it, and then see how it can work in a particular domain. For example, we're doing a project right now on understanding mental health based on speech recordings from a call center, from the largest mental hospital in Uganda, and trying to understand cues, for example, for depression and anxiety from people who call in based on speech. And that has really been that it has grown because of the work that we have done around curating these data sets and building models for speech recognition. So I think I will pause it there. Thanks.
It's a lot of work, thanks. So next I'd like to turn to Professor Vukosi Marivate.
Language technologies and looking at language really as a foundation. And when it comes to Wikipedia, there's multiple things. So on one other side, at the university, for example, we look at kind of data science for society. So the Wikidata is very important in being able to actually extract facts, information that can be used, especially in public service. So that's some of the things that we've been able to do in the past. On the side of Wikipedia itself, one of the things that's been very interesting, again, pre-ChatGPT, there's still a lot of work to be done in understanding actually language modeling in general, not just kind of these large language models. We worked on creating, at first, just as a demonstrator, a bird-based language model in Setswana. So one of the data sets and we're always trying to figure out how we then make sure that with the data that all the contributors are making, we're also working to then use it to expand other resources that are available. So for Setswana, there's a model, Puaberta. You can use it, it's small, it's 300 megabytes. It has you can fine tune it to lots of different applications, and we've seen people, just because that model is available now, they then use it for different kind of tasks and fine-tune it, and it shows that even with little resources, if you can be more targeted and have that really focus, you can still build models that are very useful to many people, and you don't need a supercomputer to train. Right, that's a kind of a major thing. The last bit maybe with this is that currently, for example, we've been doing a project on recording speech for 3,000 languages. 3,000 hours for 7 South African languages. I wish I could do 3,000. Oh man, please give me money for that. I'll do that. 3,000, another one in Nigeria, and more people in other countries like Mali were also trying to do this. But for the scripted part of the data, which is about 30% of it, for those 7 South African languages, we used also the 7 South African language Wikipedias as well as part of the sources inside there. So we're now extracting the sentences and then getting them read. And as the data set is being released in the next couple of weeks, I think we're releasing probably tomorrow 500 hours of Sesotho, you can then go inside the data set and filter by Wikipedia. And then you can get now these actually read speech of those sentences as well.
Great, thank you for that. It's making this feel very accessible, so I appreciate that. All right, next I'd like to turn to Dr. Job Mwara. Job is a research associate at the Institute of Social and Cultural Anthropology at Ludwig Maximilian University, Munich, and a research fellow at Strathmore University in Kenya. He previously held research appointments at Wits University, Stellenbosch University, and University of Cape Town in South Africa. His widely published research explores digital media in Africa, AI ethics, media and politics, and social justice. So, Job, we were talking just a little bit before this, and I asked you about how AI is showing up in Kenya, and I think you blew all of our collective minds with some of what you shared.
Thank you, and I'm very excited to be part of this conversation and to talk about artificial intelligence, something that also really, really excites me. It's an exciting time for us as Kenyans in terms of using artificial intelligence. Just to start off, just before I mention some of the works that I've been doing on artificial intelligence, last week there was a report that was released by We Are Social, a company that produces digital media usage reports around the world. And interestingly, they gave a report that Kenya is at the top of using ChatGPT in the world. 44% of Kenyan adults use ChatGPT every day. This could be, very exciting for us as Kenyans, and you could look at it as on a rosy side, and also on a sad note, depending on which inclination you look at. But if you look at these statistics, it's above the global average of 22%, and in the US it's about 19%. So 44% of Kenyans are using ChatGPT every single day. Now, some of the works that I've been doing on AI, first of all, I speak activism and social justice fluently, so I research on social justice issues and the young people a lot in Kenya. If you might have looked up on the recent news in Kenya, we have had a wave of protests that began last year in June due to an overtaxation bill that was introduced by the government. And at that time, we got to see how ChatGPT, or rather AI, was used both to create content for social media and digital media platforms, as well as to analyze content, especially these bills that were being introduced. Asking young people to read a 20-page document could be so difficult. So they were using tools like ChatGPT to analyze, this of them, which was quite very interesting. Another research that I've been carrying out was on AI and journalism. This is in automation of newsrooms. Last week, there is a news channel in the US called The Wrap. The Wrap had to cut off 10% of its staff because some of the tasks that were being done by the staff there could be assigned to AI. And we are seeing this happening also in Kenya, where newsrooms are becoming very much automated. And some of this research that I'm doing was to look at the repercussions of this. The other one, lastly, that I've been looking at is on AI ethics and inclusion. We are very much aware that some of these AI tools are created from the Western world, and they get to deployed in places like Kenya and other global South places, and they get to ignore a lot of local nuances, local values, local languages, and experiences of users. So one of my arguments is that AI ethics must move beyond the biases, these historical injustices of the people that get to use them. Yeah, let me just stop there for now. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Job, and I think we're going to come back to several of those topics in our conversation. So lastly, I'd like to introduce Selena Deckelman, Chief Product and Technology Officer at the Wikimedia Foundation. Selena brings more than 20 years of experience in open source technology, product management, and engineering leadership. Selena, I'd love to ask you about how the foundation approaches AI.
Yeah, thanks, Nadine. It's really great to be here with you all today. The foundation approach to AI, a couple years ago, we published explaining how we think about it, how the movement has utilized machine learning and AI over the past many years. In the 2000s, actually, was the first time that bots using machine learning were deployed by our technical community to help manage the content on the Wikipedias. So this type of technology, it's been part of our movement for a very long time. And our approach is grounded in the same principles that ground the entire movement. Sustainability is a huge part of it. For every tool that we deploy, we need to make sure that it's a sustainable use of the technology. Transparency, also crucial. We try to use open source tools, and we try to make the types of uses of the technology something that can be rolled back, right? That you can revert an edit that's made by an AI tool. And then the last piece of this work is thinking about how it is that going forward we're going to collaboratively work together and have community-based decision-making processes. And since I've been at this conference, I've been getting a chance to talk with a lot of folks about their uses of AI today, in our communities. One person I talked with, Michael, he shared with me his process, his community's process for using AI tools, which I think really was grounded in the human in the loop kind of way that we think this technology can be best deployed. And Joyce and I were actually talking about the model, Sunbird AI, that they're using for it. And what was really cool about that process is I think it's really a best practice for the use of this type of technology. They actually created a list of articles that they wanted to bring into the different language Wikipedias they were working on, and then they paired someone who was familiar with the technical tools and someone who is a native speaker, but maybe not as familiar with the technical tools. And the person who would do a machine translation made that first, and then they went over that with a native speaker. And I think this is the kind of ways that our community handles the use of this kind of technology, which I think is very responsible. I think it's an excellent use of it. And I really loved in this case that we were using a locally produced AI model. So these are the types of things that I'm hearing from people at this conference, and it's been wonderful.
Great, and that's a great segue to the first thing I wanted to ask you all, which is about AI and language. I think Vukosi, you and Joyce spoke about this. How have you seen different language communities get involved in building and training AI? We've spoken a little bit about what your labs have done, but what does grassroots AI look like in Africa?
Sure. Yeah, so it's been a very interesting, I think, decade. On one, I think you had talked about Data Science Africa, where in some ways was one of the pioneers in the kind of building up how grassroots training the trainers workshops. That's going back to 2015. We started deep learning in Daba in 2017 to strengthen African machine learning, as I guess we can take it as a more umbrella community. It brings in focus on African languages. And I think at the moment we've reached about 3,000 people who are working. And through that network, it's allowed people to really find a place where they can practice together, do research together, find each other, use their common interests to really push the limits of what's possible in African, natural language processing plus AI plus linguistics, and it's I think a milestone that I think has been reached is that at last week's ACL conference, where Joyce was one of the program chairs. I think the Masakani network, through the Masakani network, but collectively, I think Masakani is showing you don't even need necessarily money. It was really people who were interested in working on those problems. I think I'll stop there for now.
I think things in addition to that, I think I see this where we're doing a project, I think closely to what Vukosi has said around the Next Voices project, where we kind of started out by building these speech recognition models for 36 African languages. And we only have our languages in Uganda, but we had to source for different data sets on the continent. Thanks to Mozilla Common Voice, again, we started by introducing and putting African languages on Mozilla. So there's Luganda, there's Swahili, there are several African languages as well. And these are open source, so whoever is interested really in building out models, the data sets are there. But back to the point of trying to get these data sets from the community. So when you go out and you say, I want to build a language, for example, in Bambara, which is a Western African language, it's very hard. But when you have this community of experts or this community of researchers that you're working with, then it's very easy to tap into that, to reach out and say, can you, give us the data sets? Can we build models? And when we built out the models, it wasn't enough that we have these models performing with what metrics we call from our end, like what error rates, which is really a technical word. We sent out the models to the communities that speak these languages and told them, can you evaluate these models? Because we really wanted to understand where do the models work, where do the models fail. And from that analysis, it was interesting to see that people were complaining about commas and full stops from models. And I'm thinking, is that what is important for a speech model? But what is important to me as an AI researcher is maybe different from what a community person is, who's, wants to have a correct transcript from a speech model, right? So that interaction with the community helps us to refine and rebuild, the models that we are looking at. But also, just to mention the bit around the work that we've done with, assembling committees, and I think we were talking about this earlier, that when you want to collect a data set, you really have to work with the community. You can't just take your text and throw it in a model that's openly available. It does the translation for you, and then you think that is going to work well. So working with the people to get these data sets to translate, but to even do a quality check on the translation that a human being has done has been very helpful, because many times you find that when you're trying to translate many terms, many of them are scientific, and maybe there aren't even words in your local language that can be translated to that the word can be translated into. And so creating these dictionaries, understanding these words, like if I remember last time at Data Science Africa, someone ran a video of, can you say AI in your local language? And I'm like, okay, AI in Uganda, I don't know, things like that. But AI is just one of them. There are just so many words that are coming up for which people want to understand what this technology means in their language. If you want to put it on Wikimedia, they want to go and search and understand. But you have the community, you have the linguists, because as computer scientists, we might not know these things, but you can work with the linguists to collaboratively build out these data sets and acknowledge them. I find that valuable in terms of acknowledging, as part of Masakani, because I'm part of that, when we write papers and we've collected data from the community, we'll put you on the paper, because you were a central part of creating this data set, of bringing us together to the point where we are at the model end. It all started from the data sets. Yeah, so there's a lot I think we can say from the work that we've been doing around creating these resources and what it means for us as African researchers on NLP. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I think this community approach to AI kind of really also means that you're responding to what's needed versus kind of just technology for technology's sake. Maybe taking a little bit of the flip side, we have seen that a lot of the major AI models and systems have come from the West. So what are some approaches to building models that are actually accountable and independently owned, including from some of the communities here and across the Global South? Maybe I can turn it to Selena and Job.
Yeah, sure. Most of these AI models, like ChatGPT or GPT models, Cloud AI, Gemini, and so on, are basically trained on data that is from the Western world, or that reflects the Western logic in terms of language and even values. As Vukosi and Joyce mentioned, the African societies, for instance, is made up of, is very complex and it's very diverse. 2,000 languages, around the continent, 42 or thereabouts in Kenya. And as Joyce mentioned, we should work with these communities. And I'm glad there's some work already going on in this, working with these communities to build data sets that end up building these AI models. Also centering African epistemologies, that is ways of knowing, in these models, such that our values, such as working for communal good, including our oral traditions in these models, should be encouraged, a lot in building these LLMs. And governance co-design, working with the local communities, working with journalists, working with the activists, in order to build, AI models that reflect the local communities. Thank you.
And just adding from the very technical infrastructure piece of this, part of what we're doing through the foundation's infrastructure work is to provide a platform for hosting language models. So some of them might be large, but they also could be small language models that are very specific to different communities and the kinds of work that they do. We have a few different types of models that we support. Some of them have to do with, there's one that some of you may have heard called the revert risk model, and that has to do with looking at behavior and trying to predict, whether or not a particular edit is a risky edit. Is it something that someone else, a moderator is going to come along and revert later on. We also have models that work with text and try to help with translation. And we have our own in-house one called Mint that we host ourselves. And that's just another example of us working actually on smaller languages and making customizations that help with languages that are not really supported by the Googles and the Metas of the world. So that's kind of the way that we approach it, is create a platform for hosting some of these things and work with our local communities on the specific problems that need to be solved for us.
Yeah, maybe I think something that is important for people just to understand in the room is that there's a lot of work at the moment, unfortunately, that is being done by a majority of language, of the majority languages, right? Remember, if you think about English necessarily, or German or Spanish, you're down in in the 3% of languages, right? But then yes, it then affects 97% of the world. But now there's what is almost now we're starting to term this janitorial work of these huge models that are out there that are supposed to be everything machines. And people now believe that, oh, they can do the translation, I should let them go in. But then now what's happening is that a number of us have to now start working on creating evaluations to show people that actually they don't work in that language as well. It doesn't matter what the company has said. All right, there's use cases where you shouldn't. So one of the things that might be interesting also with the Wikipedia community is just that opportunity that if there's work that's done to actually do translations or making sure that there's local tooling, just adding that metadata that makes it easier to evaluate these types of things and showing people that, okay, X model that is by a big tech company that can't do this well, and people should be really concerned if they want to use it for this use case in this domain, right? Because there's these problems, right? And the reason we call it janitorial work is that some people are allowed to lob things across the fence and just make grand statements without having to have evidence. And then other people have to clean up the mess. All right, because this does have, as was said, that if you're having 45% of Kenyans using ChatGPT, that actually has long-term effect, all right? Because we know that for the edge of where everybody mostly is, that's where problems are going to kind of come in, and that's something I just wanted to highlight to connect to the two. Yeah.
Yeah, and I have just one more thing to add to that. I think you're highlighting something that there is a lot of very special expertise in our communities around these issues. I've had multiple conversations with folks here that are having firsthand experiences with bad translation, and then having to clean up the work of these folks and clean up these bad translations. And just like a tip of the iceberg kind of thing is this problem of just literally translating individual words. It doesn't really work. You need the culture, you need the idioms to really understand something in translation across these different languages. This is something that our community has so much experience with and really can be really helpful to the whole rest of the world in understanding the limitations of the current crop of generative AI tools.
Okay, so I think I have one more question for you all, and then we're going to open it up to the room, so get your questions ready. We've talked about some of the examples of maybe some of the potential challenges or risks with AI and how to be more responsive. Maybe a broader question I have for you all is, we hear this term, responsible AI. What does that actually mean? Responsible to whom and for what? Be curious, yeah, if any of you have thoughts.
Okay, let me take it. And yeah, responsible to who? I know when you talk about responsibility, we put in, or rather we frame it on a regulatory lens. But for me, when we talk about responsible AI, it must be political. It must be responsible to the local people, for instance, especially those at the margins. We have pastoralist communities, for instance. We have those who live in the slums. It must be responsible to them. And it must also be responsible to the local values. Yeah? In that collective action, which challenge individualistic ethics, of the West. In Africa, we are very responsible. We are very communal in terms of our way of living and our ways of values. So also in terms of responsibility, AI must be transparent in us saying how it should be used or how it is being used. That is one way of being responsible. And also in terms of maybe just to add on capacity building, those who are building AI models must be able to capacity build and be able to critique and propose changes to these AI models on a continuous basis. So it is collective, it is political, it is responsible for those local context and politics. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take I think my colleague, Prof. Emma Radkin-Bloom, tends to say like not just responsible or ethical AI, but maybe we should also think about sustainable AI as being the umbrella space in this area. In this one, I'll wear my Lilaba AI hat. So as at the moment, yes, the zeitgeist is let's move towards this very with what data work actually mean. We are in Nairobi, and Nairobi has been very seminal and in some ways also infamous, and in the way not to the people of Kenya, but how content moderation workers were then transferred into now being AI workers without also at the same time understanding some of the harms that was coming in trying. So the reason these systems at the moment might feel safe is because of all of this work, again, janitorial, of making sure the worst of humanity is blocked and removed from these systems. And they tend to be also almost secondary systems. It's not necessarily you're trying to stop the LLM from being able, or the whatever AI system to stop spewing things that are bad, but then you then have to create another system that then identifies whatever that model has created so that you can stop that, because you can't remove it. Why? The first model is trained from basically an archive of the internet that people have tried to filter. And again, they're trying mostly to filters to keep only English in that content, and those filters are not going to be 100% accurate. Right, so that's why you have content that is inside those data sets that is bad and will always keep on showing up at the worst times in the most unexpected ways in the output of the LMs, right? So in thinking about this, you can just think about all the parts of society that this touches. It's not just the prompt and then the thing coming out, but all of those pieces of the compute size that you need, the amount of water that is being used. At Lilaba as a company, one of the things was to go and say, we also want to be contextual. This model must translate for every language. But then if you can build a model that is very good for a use case in education that helps them to work to really be careful, to be thoughtful, and brings in then these other long-term or long-tail issues that you then have to think about as well. And I think that's where, for me, you're going to have to bring in the sustainability, you're going to bring the responsibility, you're going to have to bring in the ethics.
I have just one quick thing. Just building on that with the sustainability, I think how I think about this is that the technology that we apply, it should solve a real problem, and we should be solving that real problem with the people that are going to use the solution. So for us, when we think about a model that we're going to create, we start with the problem that needs to be solved, and we don't think, oh, what model can we create to solve that problem? We think, what's the best solution for this problem? And sometimes that is a model, sometimes it is using that, but other times it might just be like a heuristic, it might just be a filter, it might just be using some other technology we already have. So that to me is one of the responsible uses of AI, like not using it. and that's kind of a trade-off and decision that we have to make, like for each solution that we choose.
I think just to add, for me, I think about it in terms of the biases that come with the models that are developed. I think when we started out back, the model will take a gender and it will assign that particular gender to a role. So it will say for roles like nurse, it's a she. For roles like doctor, it's a he. For roles like homemaker, it's a she. Trying to understand these things, because as we've said, we're trying to build out this application for a particular community. So if this community is using your translation model, and then the model is not conversant to say, oh, by the way, in this real world, we can actually have nurses that are both male and female, then I think that model is not responsible enough to handle the current situation that's happening. We were talking earlier around idioms and informal speech. A lot of work right now is when we speak, you will code switch. There are informal sentences that even me, when I hear, I'm like, that's so wrong. And I put on my hat, I'm like, no, that's very bad English. But to people, that is English that they understand. It works in their context. And so if you're going to build a model that's going to work, for example, for informal settlements, where people want to communicate to each other in their local languages, you have to understand that this is the language that they speak. You have to be intentional when you're creating these data sets and assessing your models to see that they can work. So for me, for responsible AI, for fairness, it's fair for who? If you're saying my model is 90% accurate for who? For what age group? If your model is able to do speech translation or speech recognition, for which age group does it work best? If you build and you just put a tool out there without really interrogating and going into these nuances around biases, around fairness, then I don't think that you're really doing what responsible AI should really stand for at the level at which we are developing the models. Yeah.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, with that, let's open it up to the room. Who has questions? Okay, I see a question over here. I think we have mic runners. There's one on your other side there.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm using Normandy from Japanese community.
Sorry, can you hold the microphone closer?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm using Normandy from Japanese community. And I want to ask Selena about the AI relationship between AI crawler and the Wikimedia project. So, as Wikimedia Foundation reported on April or May, the servers of the Wikimedia project are suffered by AI crawlers. On the other side, on the first day of July, Cloudflare, one of the cloud vendors, released the service titled Paper Crawl, which means, which asks AI company to pay fees based on their access to the web pages. So this is a question. Are there any plans for Wikimedia Foundation to use such service or other similar service which restrict the access from the AI crawler? Thank you.
A great question. So just a little bit more color on the situation. So in the last year or so, maybe the last 12 to 18 months, we've seen quite a surge in traffic that is coming from what we think are mostly crawlers, mostly from like startup AI companies, and they're originating from cloud networks. So there's been this increase. And then this Cloudflare announcement was about putting Cloudflare technology between the people of the internet and the bots, between them and the websites. So what they were trying to do was like slow down the crawlers, which sometimes overwhelm the websites. And the Wikimedia Foundation servers have gotten into situations where there was so much traffic, it actually saturated our network links, so that has happened. It hasn't taken the site down because we're much more resilient than we were 20 years ago. Got a great SRE team that's figured out how to balance the traffic and respond to these things, but it is concerning to us. Like we can't have so many robots basically interfering with human traffic that's coming to our site. We must prioritize the human traffic. So in terms of what we're doing, one thing is a project that was started a few years ago now. We have this service called Enterprise, and what it's doing is it's setting up a programmer's API, like a technical infrastructure, and what we're asking these internet companies to do is to work with us and use that API instead of crawling. So that's something that's been underway for a few years now, and we've had some success in moving people over there. Not everybody knows about it, so we have to keep telling people, especially these startup companies that they don't have a lot of cash, and so they just make a crawler. The other thing that we're working on in conjunction with that, because the enterprise, it's a piece of what we need to do. The other piece is sort of educating developers about what the right way to interact with our data is. We're working on developing a series of basically training modules, these sandboxes, these API sandboxes, to help teach people, programmers, how to use these things. And I think overall, the thing to remember about our projects is that we are licensed in a certain way, licensed with the Creative Commons license, and our intention is to make all of the data that everyone produces a resource for the world. And that is also for these use cases, these commercial use cases, as well as the nonprofit use cases. So it's both. So that's a decision that was made very long time ago, and we think it benefits humanity to have the work that all of you do fueling these things, because we think it actually makes the work better. So that's where we're at right now. We're not going to put a pay per article blocker up. That's not a thing that we're going to do. Instead, what we're doing is we're creating systems that will encourage new norms for developers to use all of this great content that you've all created in the most responsible way.
Great. There are questions. So I see another question here. No.
Hello? Yeah.
Do we have some? There was a mic already given.
Yeah.
If you have the mic, can you stand up?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay.
I will go next.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yes. Speaking, 17 Turkey Tunisian community. So speaking of responsible AI, actually tools related to AI are more and more at reach for the community. Actually, we are talking a lot about large language model, but there are small language models that are available and that can be used in several ways, as safe tenses, as GTUF, contextualized files, etc. So actually, how the community, Wikimedia community, can benefit from these models, AI models, to produce something meaningful in a responsible way. Thank you.
Thank you. Kosi, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think I'll give two examples. I'll go back to the first question that I was asked when I started talking about how we use Wikipedia. So at the university we created Puaberta. So Pua means a language in Setswana. So Puaberta is a Roberta model, and then it's got different fine-tunings. And one of the fine-tunings is for news categorization. So the reason that we did that at the beginning is that we were actually engaging with lots of news organizations about if they create content, like journalists write actually in a local language, how can we then help structure that data by being able to automatically tag metadata. So one of the kind of C with Wikipedia is then saying, oh, how can these types of models that are doing categorization be actually used to go through Setswana content and add extra metadata that is used, you're just saying, in this content has to do with healthcare. And then that adds a new piece of metadata that can then be added to Wikipedia and then do that semantic linking between content. And that's what we're hoping people are kind of can use that, and we can likely then take the same recipe and say, can we repeat this for language A, B, or C? And that can then be deployed by local Wikipedians to think of this. At the same time, we have to think about a multilingual space. For example, at Lilapa, we have Nguba LM. This was the first kind of African large language model, but really a small language model. And one of the things there have been trying to figure out if we have that it supports 5 languages and it can be expanded over time to many other languages, and it's like, what is it, now I forget how many point something billion parameters. So it's been, what then can we do in the fine-tuning phases that now you can have that African multilinguality being applied in those spaces? So you could foresee that once you feel that it's for your use case, it's repeatable, it's accurate, that, hey, every time a new African, or for the African languages that are supported, a new article is put up, you can then have part of that adding in the metadata inside there for those languages. So there's a lot of opportunity, I think, in these spaces. And maybe one thing, even though it wasn't in the question, and I know we had discussed this, is also, I think for many communities now, sitting in these situations about who creates content, how content gets used in these spaces, it is coming in to become a much bigger conversation about where does licensing sit. And I know yesterday, I think there was probably a session with Strathmore, and then I think recreated something also today. This is a very important piece that we're also seeing as AI researchers, right? And we've been engaging with our colleagues in the law fraternity who are also law scholars in these spaces. So what you find is that, for example, now on the African, there's 2 licenses that came out in the last year. One being ESETU that was created by us at by Lilapa AI, on saying, hey, we want to create data, create models, release them, but in a way where if you're African, you can continue using it without having to really go back, or you get a free license to use it. But then if you're from anywhere else, you can only use it for non-commercial reasons. And then if you want to use it for commercial reasons, it's normal. You go back to the copyright holder, right? And then on the other side, at the University of Pretoria and Strathmore, SIPIT here in Kenya, there's Noodle, Nudota or Border Open Data License that then looks at that as being, are you from a developing country? And again, it then has its own responsibilities and rights that it provides. And we're opening up these conversations because we're trying to have more options that people have, as opposed to feeling that they're being exploited. My work that I might be doing as a volunteer ends up being used in a system where I'm not even at all acknowledged that the content that was used was my content. So that's another conversation I think we should be spearheading in as many rooms as possible. Sorry, I know it's a...
No, thank you, Vukosi. I think there's a ton of great suggestions there, places to take action. So any other questions? Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. One is to you, Professor Vukosi. I hope I didn't butcher your name. As of 2024, International Energy Agency says that AI data centers consume about 415 terawatt hours of electricity. And of course, we know it's going to double or even triple. What does it mean? Because you mentioned the fresh water that is used for AI data centers. I don't want to go into that discussion, but what does it mean for sustainability? Then this goes to our very own...
I think we only have time for one question, so...
Just a comment.
Oh, yes,
Dr.
go ahead.
Joyce.
Sorry. Yeah.
Dr. Joyce, we are incubating a local language in Uganda. Would like to engage you. Thank you.
Yeah. So the lucky thing is that I was part of the African Union Development Agency's AI white paper writing team a few years back. So pre-ChatGPT, it's always going to be. Pre-ChatGPT, one of the seminal meetings was actually, again, here in Nairobi. We had on discussing what we thought was going to come or what we needed as a continent to think about AI. And one of the things at that time was we were looking at the graph and you see how much GPUs that you need and everything. And I was part of the chapter on infrastructure, and specifically these spaces of, it's very hard. I don't think there's a president really anywhere in the world, maybe in the US, who can come up and say like, I will instead of putting water, energy security for my people, we will feed the GPUs. All right, it's a thing. Oh yeah, sure, this is recorded, right? But it's a very serious thing, right? And we wrote about that, saying that if you have 54 African countries, what is going to have to happen as we try to make sure we're represented in these systems because of the outright kind of influence that they have on people, whether we want to or not. We are going to have to figure out where on the continent there might be people who are okay, it's fine to build up something of more bigger data centers. Yes, South Africa at the moment, the first H200s that are going to be deployed on the continent are going to be in South Africa. In Cape Town, I think 3,000, and with a total 10,000 that are coming through. But in other places is then, how then do we give access across borders? And this is where more policy comes in. How does data governance come in? All these other pieces. And how do you make sure that, yes, and you then don't then take water from people to, again, feed to the machines in those spaces. And it's going to require all of us collectively thinking through this, as opposed to just saying there's going to be kind of these big companies that will then make the final decisions. So, yeah.
Thank you. I know we have a lot more questions, but we actually have to wrap up because we have to head to the group photo. I'm so sorry. I know there's a lot of you that want to connect with our guests here. Also, if you want to connect about what the foundation is doing with AI, there is a table at the hackathon. But I just want to take a moment to thank you all for joining us, for spending the time, for sharing all of this with us. Thank you. Round of applause for our guests, please. Thank you.
And thank you, Nadie, for moderating this. Thank you so much.
And so with that, I think we are going to head to the group photo for Wikimania. It is going to be at the front of the hotel on the ground floor. So if you stand up and head back, there will be people there to guide you, and we'll be taking that in just 5 minutes or so.
If I request the people closer to the stage to just stay back so we can let the folks on the last rows exit first, we will have enough space for everyone. And please note, after the group photo, we will break for lunch. Lunch is served on the first floor, the second floor, and the Harvest Restaurant.
I'm Max Wang, a student studying computer science at faculty, and they are Rosalia McLaughlin, Vana Khatri, Amity Mentis Ramona Court, and Dr. Gina Matthews. People have a natural tendency to assume that things are binary, when they rarely are. This principle applies especially to AI usage. Simply classifying edits as human or bot overlooks the possibility that content was made through a collaboration between a human and AI. This type of Hello, Wikimania Nairobi. I'm Max Wang, a student studying computer science at Clarkson University in Potsdam, New York.
And without further ado, we're going to start with a great video for you right now. Okay, here we go.
Hello, Wikimania Nairobi. I'm Max Wang, a student studying computer science at Clarkson University in Potsdam, New York. I'm joined by fellow research collaborator Ashik Ahmed, who's also a student at Clarkson. We want to talk to you today about Wikipedia's metadata and its potential to distinguish the range of collaboration between humans and AI or bots or automated systems. This is joint work with other students and faculty, and they are Rosalia McLaughlin, Vana Khatri, Amity Mentis Ramona Court, and Dr. Gina Matthews. People have a natural tendency to assume that things are binary, when they rarely are. This principle applies especially to AI usage. Simply classifying edits as
Okay, looks like we're having some issues with the audio. So we're going to let the AV have a chance to take care of that.
I'm joined by fellow research collaborator
And here we are.
Ahmed, who's also a student at Clarkson. We want to talk to you today about Wikipedia's metadata and its potential to distinguish the range of collaboration between humans and AI or bots or automated systems. This is joint work with other students and faculty, and they are Rosalia McLaughlin, Vana Khatri, Amity Mentis Ramona Court, and Dr. Gina Matthews. People have a natural tendency to assume that things are binary, when they rarely are. This principle applies especially to AI usage. Simply classifying edits as human or bot overlooks the possibility that content was made through a collaboration between a human and AI. This type of collaboration can be on a spectrum from purely human to very light automation like spell check to heavier automation like generative AI drafting with human editing to purely bot. Why are we so interested in tracking this spectrum of AI and human collaboration? We want to understand what level of human-AI collaboration is most effective for various tasks and goals. For some use cases, it might be important to focus on human-generated content if, say, you wanted to train a natural language processing system on the beliefs and sentiments of a particular human population. If the use case was collecting human sentiment, then we could test at what degree of automated assistance the task of collecting human sentiment becomes ineffective. If we are able to distinguish content that has been produced with varying degrees of automated assistance, then we can actually test whether we get a better result by including AI-generated content or not. Ultimately, we don't expect there to be one right or wrong answer when it comes to using AI. It will depend on the use case. Tracking of LLM-generated content on the internet is not easy, let alone tracking content that was made through a collaboration between humans and AI. But Wikipedia does a way better job than most corpora of documenting the provenance of edits. Wikipedia's metadata, data about data, offers rich opportunities for studying AI and human collaboration. Here you see a list of what Wikipedia calls their special edit tags. Wikipedia offers over 300 of these tags that describe the when, how, and why of edits. It can describe what tools or available editing resources were used. We believe these tags can help place edits on the spectrum of fully human to fully bot. We combed through the tags, seeing what sorts of editing activities would trigger them. We found some that we think speak to the spectrum of fully human to fully bot-made edits. Because we have only 5 minutes, I would like to give one example. Here, you see what it looks like when I'm about to use Wikipedia's content translation tool. I can translate any section of an article into another language, and Wikipedia uses machine translation or automated assistance to do so. Grammar structures, idioms, and connotations of words may be incorrectly translated, so a human is required to review and approve all translations. Ultimately, Wikipedia tracks the usage of its content translation tool with its content translation tag. In this case, the tag distinguishes automated drafting from human editing. Again, we have only 5 minutes, so I can give one example, but other tags can distinguish varying degrees of automated assistance.
Well, Wikipedia provides two types of metadata for edits. First, it labels whether an edit was made by a human or a bot based on the user account. Second, it assigns special tags that describes how the edit was made. For example, whether a tool was used, if it was made from a mobile device, or if the edit was reverted. In our work, we examined how these two types of metadata interact, specifically how special tags related to whether the edit was made by a human or a bot. We analyzed which tags actually are used exclusively by humans, which are bot only, and which are shared across both. This helps us better understand the editing landscape from purely human edits to fully automated ones, and reveals that many tags lie somewhere in between. To go further, we enriched the special tags page with additional metadata, including the first usage data and the username that is responsible for each tag. We also categorized all tags as automated, semi-automated, or manual. While we are not including all those results in the video due to time limits, we would be happy to share them if there is any interest. We also uncover several caveats in how these actually tags are applied, especially regarding how accounts are labeled as bot. Some tags are tricky because they might cover both light AI tools like spellcheck and more advanced ones like generative AI. To better understand the levels of AI decision making behind each editing tool, we still need to continue reviewing each of the tags. So our goal is to change attitudes about AI use being either all goals or good or all bad. Instead, we should take a more balanced approach and welcome its helpful uses while staying cautious of its not so helpful uses. And Wikipedia is a great platform to study these varied uses. If you actually would like to learn more about our work, please reach out to us. Our emails are listed below. Thank you.
Okay, so next we have our first live speaker. If you could please come up to the stage. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
So the image you're looking at is an image taken of starving children in what has so far been called the Nigerian Civil War, where the Nigerian government decided to kill over 3 million, yes, Igbo people, just because they said they didn't want to be part of the country anymore. And so far, or before, the age of literature in Nigeria, they had gotten away with at least the one-sided narrative that it was in fact a civil war. Not until the likes of Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie came up with her books, telling the story of the Biafra genocide, in fact, through her father's eyes and, her neighbors who had witnessed that. And that was when the critical thinking, had to share some light on the fact that this could have, in fact, been a genocide that had, for decades, been called a war. General Yakubu Gowon had just admitted about 2 months ago that during the Aburi Accord between the late Ojukwu and himself in Ghana, that he agreed to the terms of a ceasefire under duress, that he had, in fact, had fever the morning to that meeting, and he didn't know when he agreed to all those things. But then tell that to the millions of people that died, right? So this tells you how important literature is in shedding or bringing context to our lives, to our history, to our heritage as human beings. I'm Ceslau Sobonaya, and I'm the Wikimedian in residence for Afro Creatives Wiki Project, which is looking to document the African creative industry on Wikipedia and its sister projects. And of course, it's handled by, or being driven by the Africa narrative. We started with our first campaign in 2022 around African film and TV. And this year, we are hoping to push it a notch higher by bringing on board African literature come November. What does the gap look like? Of course, we have more than these for Wikipedia to go by. But on English Wikipedia, there are 35, or there is about 35% of African national literature gateway pages that are missing. We have 54 countries on the continent. Do the math. On French Wikipedia, there are 48% missing. That tells you that, it's a lot. And then on Arabic Wikipedia, 33% are missing, and you'll be shocked to know the prominent African countries that are missing. And of course, on Portuguese Wikipedia, we have 89% of African national literature gateway pages missing. So if we have these sort of gaps on our, how do I say, pilot Wikipedia languages like English and all that, what do you think it looks like in the local African language Wikipedia? Scary. Don't even go there. Some are zero till today, and there are communities behind this. So for this reason, we have decided to bring on board 4 countries come November: Egypt, Nigeria, Senegal, and South Africa on the Afro Creatives Wiki Project plus Literature, where we will make the effort towards closing the gap on African literature on Wikipedia, at least. And of course, subsequently, we include the other projects. Once again, my name is Ashlaus, and when we come knocking, please answer. Thank you.
All right, give it up for Afro Creatives Wiki Project. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, wasn't that great? So now we have another video for your pleasure.
Hello, everyone. This is a true story about a sandwich, a missing article, and me. Hi, I'm Laliv, a longtime editor in Hebrew Wikipedia, and I'm also passionate about food culture. One day, I was eating a popular street food in Israel, arayes, and I suddenly realized that this dish, loved by so many people, had no article in Hebrew Wikipedia. That's where it all began. That was many years ago. I wrote the article, and while working on it, I got curious. What other foods are missing? So I checked the street food in Israel category on Hebrew Wikipedia. At that time, there were only 5 articles. That's it. Today, there are 12. However, it showed me how many dishes are still undocumented. That made me start thinking bigger. I moved on to a broader topic, Jewish cuisine, only to find out that in Hebrew Wikipedia, there are only 63 articles in this category. In English, there are more than 110, almost double. This gap isn't just about numbers. It's about stories, traditions, and identity. So much knowledge hasn't yet made it onto the page. For my opinion, food is not just about ingredients. It's about the memories, culture, celebration, and even migration and survival. Food is a living archive of experience. When that archive is missing from Wikipedia, it is a lost opportunity. So knowledge that could be shared stays out. So I had an idea. What if we create a collaboration between Wikipedia editors and food institutions, chefs, culinary historians, food museums? Together, we could share sources and media, add cultural and historical context, host editathons, and build articles that represent the richness of Jewish food traditions. We each bring something unique. Culinary experts know the content. Wikimedians know how to write and edit. When we work together, we can produce content that is accurate, inclusive, accessible, and sustainable. This isn't just about food. It's a model for closing knowledge gaps in many cultural fields. We were ready. We reached out to cultural partners. Some were excited and said yes, but then came the war. Many events were cancelled. Partners had to step back. The project was put on hold. Still, we haven't let go. The idea is strong, the need is clear, and we believe the opportunity will come again. So what is next? We keep going. We keep identified gaps, writing articles, and talking to potential collaborators. This project may be delayed, but it is not over. It's just waiting for the right moment to grow. Oh, and one more thing I did not mention. This model of collaboration can work for any field: music, crafts, fashion, folk traditions. Every cultural domain has experts. If we open the door and invite them in, Wikipedia becomes more complete, more diverse, and more human. Know a culinary institution that might want to collaborate with us? We'd love to hear from you. Feel free to reach out. Thanks for listening.
Culture through food. I mean, right now, as you're sitting there, think of your favorite food and a memory around food. There's probably so many. Okay, so who's our next person up?
Hi everyone, my name is Freddy Veloz and my topic is Wiki Entrevistas, uncovering life stories forgotten by the mainstream media. I'm part of the user groups Wikimedia LGBT and Wikimedistas de Ecuador. Some of the events we usually do online editathons, workshops, we also do some photo tours, some meetups, etc. But in general, I would say that we are a very small country, and as a small user group. And same as our user group, Ecuador itself is a small country, and there are a limited number of mainstream news organizations that we can rely upon to get sources to create Wikipedia articles. And because of the fact that most of them are based in the 2 biggest cities of the country, there's a lack of information about people from other cities and regions. And we found that this is particularly pervasive when trying to create biographies of women, people from indigenous communities, sexual diversities, etc. And as an example of that, on the right, you can see a picture of Cheche Alvarado. She's a politician and very important in her local city. She was the vice governor of Ecuador's third biggest province. She was a local councilwoman. She was a deputy assemblywoman. But when we wanted to create her article, we just couldn't because there weren't basic facts on the sources. I mean, there were some sources that mentioned that she won this election and blah, blah. But there wasn't information about even her birthday, even her education, nothing. So we just couldn't create it. And the fact is, as you know, there is a deadline. There are like people, very important people that are reaching the end of their lives, and we are losing all their information, the rich stories, and all the knowledge that we had. This really, I mean, I think we all know about that, but this hit us really hard with an example of our Ecuadorian writer, which is called Eugenia Viteri. She was one of the most important Ecuadorian writers from the 20th century, and for years we wanted to extend her article and actually find a picture for her article, but sadly she passed away in 2023, and at the end we couldn't do it because there were no sources. So this made us think, and if we call ourselves, whatever you want to say, like champions or like activists of free knowledge, if the mainstream media is not like talking about these important people, then we have to find a way to do something. That's why we started last year this initiative called Wiki Entrevistas. So basically, we started to actively seek out these people that we think that are relevant, but that have no article or that have like very small articles because of a lack of sources. So we got in contact through different networks that we have, and we started interviewing them ourselves and uploading those interviews to Commons. Some difference with normal interviews, we try to focus on biographical facts, like all the information that usually is not present in these kind of articles. We try to avoid recentism. You know, in interviews, people usually talk about the latest publication, the latest song, or whatever. We try to go back to their childhood, to the things they did before they were famous, which are usually the facts that are usually forgotten and are not in these kind of articles and stuff like that. And we actually found that during these interviews, we actually learned about more important people than nobody in local media, like interviewing activists. They usually mention many different names, and then we get like information about additional people that we can interview. So since the past year, we've interviewed people from many different topics, for instance, literature, culture, music, activism, and we've also found that these interviews have helped us re-engage our community. So for instance, we have this local editor. She loves music, but she had stopped editing Wikipedia for like a year and a half, I think. And we convinced her to do the interview for musician José Luis Freire. She actually loved the experience so much that she started like editing Wikipedia again. So I think this is also like a really good way to re-engage people when they know about the topic that they are talking about. As a particular case that I wanted to talk about is this one, an interview we did with activist Francesca Jara. She was the first LGBT activist of the city of Loja, which is a city in the south of Ecuador. She was actually persecuted before of her gender identity, and she was incarcerated when being LGBT was a crime in Ecuador. And she did so much stuff. She organized the first pride parade in her city, and the story is amazing. She basically harassed the local mayor of her city and the entire council for years until they accepted to hold that parade. And such an important story, and there was no information at all in any sources. At most, you could find some information about her in blogs, nothing else. And now, all that story is in Wikimedia Commons. Something about the future, not enough time, but I think the biggest challenge we have is being able to use this information in other projects. For instance, we have a bit of an issue using this information in Wikipedia because it could be considered as a primary source. But I mean, that's a challenge, but we think that having these stories in Commons in a free license is already a great goal that we've achieved, and then we're going to continue working upon in the future. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. You can actually watch the interviews if you want at that Commons category.
Oh, that was fantastic. Wow, learning so much by being here. Okay, and we have the next person already up.
Hello. I'm Valeria from Italy. I'm a volunteer, technical volunteer in the commission of Wikimedia Italy and president of the nonprofit Italian Linux Society, and also consultant for Wikimedia Switzerland, open source. And talking about me, are you using any app from Google, Microsoft, or Apple? Please raise your hand. Everybody, come on. Okay, everybody. If you're online, everybody is raising the hand. All right, imagine an alternative universe where somebody, maybe a organization of a government collect the data from every single company, like Microsoft, Google, Facebook, Skype, you know, also Apple in 2012. This happened. This is a slide from their surveillance program revealed 12 years ago by Edward Snowden. And it's on Commons. It's not something I invented right now. Also, this slide is quite interesting. You may ask, okay, what are they getting from this company? They actually know your emails, your chats, your whatever stored data, really voice over IP, file transfer, video conferencing. So whatever private conversation you had, they had it. Also, you may think, okay, I'm in Africa, but they are collecting from the United States also. They were collecting data from Africa. There is an interesting circle in the presentation. Imagine people in a round table talking about this presentation. It's weird. And also, you may think, okay, that's weird, but I have nothing to hide. Why I should care? Really, if you think really send to me your passwords about Gmail, and at the end of the talk, I can maybe see if you really think that you have nothing to hide. Your phone on my desk here, unlocked, if you have nothing to hide. This is a nice picture of the permission of a random application. Check it on Instagram or whatever other application. It's basically a bug, you know, in the spy movies. You can read your microphone, your video, your contacts, your storage, or whatever. It's a bug under the table, you know, like a thing in the spy stories. And if you try to inspect the application, you are violating the services of the application. You cannot really understand what the app tries to do with all these kind of permissions. It's really weird. Okay, what we can do together? Embracing more open source is really a great idea because at least you can reduce the level of trust. So somebody else, a friend of you, can inspect the software and say, okay, this software with this permission, do this and nothing more. This is good. The Wikipedia app is indeed open source. It only does that. It does not track you, or it does not get your picture in the toilet. I don't know. Also, Wikimedia Toolforge is Wikimedia Cloud has 100% of open source. Thanks for the terms of condition of Wikimedia Cloud. And what about Wikimedia events? Also, we can endorse more open source also for online collaboration. There is the next slide. How to adopt open source easily. There is a bingo table. Basically, most individuals are using online open source demos, you know. Don't get assistance, you don't get, but you can adopt an online demo, okay? We also do a lot of self-hosting, you know. I want on my server, my stuff, and then manage my open source on my house, but maybe in an organization you have no time for this, no, you know? So maybe the last two options are more for organizations. We have more than $1 a year. So open source as a service, so somebody else give you open source, or open source on premise, so somebody else give assistance on your hardware, putting open source on your hardware in your organization. So I recommend the two last options. Very quickly, I have no time. So Google Drive, how to replace Google Drive. Nextcloud, how to replace Google Docs. Again, Nextcloud with Collaborate Online. It's a real-time collaboration, all this kind of stuff. How to replace Zoom. There is Big Blue Button or Jitsi. They work. Try them. They work. If they don't work, you are not paying them enough. More than $1. Please invest more than $1 in open source. Twitter, please never share original content on Twitter. Migrate to Mastodon or whatever other ActivityPub social network. It's a very good idea. Blue Sky is not really a super awesome idea because it has a closed source server. And that's all. So time concluded. Join Wikimedians for software freedom. Embrace open source.
Woo! Let's go. All right. Wow. You feeling safe just watching that? Okay, your turn.
A product manager at the Wikimedia Foundation. I work on the moderator tools team, and we recently built some software called Auto Moderator that I'd like to tell you about. Now, the foundation, when we're building a new product, we do a lot of research. We really, interview editors, get their feedback, go deep, figuring out exactly what to build. We came to a really insightful conclusion before starting on this project. I'll get closer. Vandalism sucks. A very insightful conclusion to come to, I know. But what we figured is vandalism sucks, but what sucks more is that you'll have to spend your time cleaning up after vandals. When you could be writing a new article, when you could be engaging in the kinds of projects we've heard about today, instead you're cleaning up after vandals. So we built Automoderator. Automoderator is software that uses a machine learning model to automatically detect and revert vandalism. It behaves kind of like a bot, so you can see it in page histories or in contribs, recent changes, that kind of thing. You can track exactly the reverts that it's making. And it's deployed on 8 Wikipedia projects already, and I would love it if you were interested in getting it deployed on your project. So I mentioned it works like a bot, but unlike a bot that's made by a volunteer, this one is configurable by administrators. So it uses the community configuration software so that any administrator on your project can turn it on or off whenever you want to, set the kind of threshold that edits are reverted over, and configure various other ways that the software works. Machine learning models aren't perfect. It will make mistakes. It will sometimes revert good edits. We try to reduce that as much as possible, but it will sometimes happen. And so we have a few features that kind of help to address that. One of them is that the software will always send a talk page message to the person that it reverts, let them know exactly what happened and why, and provide a link to report a false positive. So we added a report false positive button in page histories for Automoderator, so it's kind of easy to find. And in additionally to that talk page message where you can see that you can click to go to report that. And that goes then to a kind of central false positive reporting page where editors in your community can review the edits that have been reported and maybe help that editor get the edit reinstated. So I mentioned Automoderator is currently deployed on 8 wikis. It supports any Wikipedia project. Unfortunately, it does not support non-Wikipedia projects at the moment because of the model it uses. But it's deployed on 8 wikis, and we are very open to deploying it on more. Unfortunately, you can't just go and turn it on in the settings yourself. If you're an admin, you have to just file a Fabricator request for us to enable the extension, and then you can go ahead and configure it, enable it, set it up however you like. So to learn more about Automoderator, you can go to this link on MediaWiki.org. There's also a page for the extension on MediaWiki. There's a subpage link there that kind of details the basic steps to deploying Automoderator. Feel free to post questions on the talk page there, or grab me at any time during Wikimania. I'd be happy to show you how it works and get it set up. Thanks.
Okay. Round of applause. Round of applause. And for those of you, he is here if you want to talk to him after the show. All right, on to the next person.
Hello, everybody. I am Mikola, our user Nick K, and here is Antonana, and we are from Wikilab's Monuments Ukraine organizing team. We have been organizing Wikilab Monuments in Ukraine for 10 years, or more, even more now, and we will share a bit of our experience on Saturday, and here we want to focus on one specific aspect, which are special prizes that we have also been running for 10 years, and which brought us a lot of interesting partnerships and unique content. So last year, we have ran 9 different special prizes in Wikilab Monuments, Ukraine. For the context, we have around 30,000 uploads every year, and a few thousand of them fall into one of the special nominations. So we chose them on different criteria. There are a few which are dedicated to the heritage of minorities in Ukraine. This year, we had focused on German, Polish, and Jewish. The reason is that some of this heritage is protected at national level or local level, but many of them do not have any official protection. So we want to cover these gaps on the official lists using some lists contributed by partners in particular. Then there are dedicated to aspects of monuments that people don't picture enough, in particular interiors and elements of exteriors like small reliefs or windows or something like that, which is not the most common picture people take when they see a nice building. And dedicated to regions, we had a focus on the city of Kharkiv, because the city of Kharkiv is unfortunately heavily bombed by Russian army. So we decided that it's important to document these monuments while they are still there, or get pictures of these monuments before they were destructed. Also, we wanted to get the pictures of photo film, which either includes original modern photo film or especially valuable for us, historical photo film, particularly of monuments before they were being rebuilt or before they were being destroyed, which is super valuable for Wikipedia and Wikimedia projects. Then war destroys monuments. This one is because, again, the result of destruction because of Russian invasion of Ukraine. And people see, I will not upload this picture, it's not beautiful, it will not win a prize, but it's super important for documenting the content. And videos, it's a photo contest, but videos are very important for giving a different view of the monument.
Special prizes can lead to new partnerships. Having a dedicated special prize can be a very attractive offer to a partner. They can give their local, for example, souvenirs if it's like local authorities, because you are promoting their region. New content, special prizes can also lead for people not being interested in the contest before, actually wanting to take part in that. Or your participants, new participants, wanted to create that content because they have opportunity. It can lead to new participants because they were, again, not interested before in the contest, or they were long-term Wikipedians who were uploading pictures, they got bored with that, and then finally there is something interesting and new. It also can lead to new connections and ideas when you start working with partners. They might also introduce you to some other partners, or you can have additional follow-up projects with them, like a writing campaign, an illustrating campaign, or have even some content donations with them. And just to show you how it can be, in 2013, we had a special prize in Wiki Loves Monuments dedicated to musical monuments of Ukraine. We partnered with the Chestnut Piano International Festival to especially highlight pictures of monuments that are, the music was created there or is played, like opera buildings, or, philharmonic orchestras, or some composer was born there, or a singer lived there. So you can look at each monument, like they can also become an additional aspect to them. And it also, of course, also motivates participants to learn more, because they can upload a picture and say, hey, but Wikipedia says that this building was this and that, and it qualifies. And here you can see a picture that won in 2013 inside of the Opera Hall in Odessa. Asante sana. Дякуємо. Thanks.
Wow, that's great. All right, so are you guys learning things? You're feeling good? How's everybody feeling? Oh, I see you. Okay, so on next, on this podium.
Welcome. Welcome to the story what collaboration in advocacy can achieve for the movement. And actually, it is your story, because collaboration is what you do, right? So welcome to what we're here for. So what we collaborate to is we contribute to the sum of all knowledge and make it accessible to the world, and you all have achieved so much already. I mean, millions of edits, constantly patrolling Wikipedia for vandalism, machine readability, yes. So, but imagine if all this knowledge would not only be there, but also be used on a daily basis like you drink your coffee. Imagine your kids go to school and use Wikibooks, or they share what they learned later with you at Wikiversity. Or imagine, and I plan to walk there, but the mic is here, imagine a senator opening a bridge and the press photographs would be uploaded to Wikicommons. Wouldn't that be great? Well, that's what policy is trying to do. We are working political decision makers, and this is the Great Hall at the United Nations, where normally are the presidents and heads of states are sitting there and doing, important decisions. And we achieved a session there on Wikicommons and Wikipedia with the UN Tech Envoy on the panel. Wow, that was really visibility. That was really cool. But you might ask, how was this achieved? I mean, this was achieved like you do your edits on Wikipedia all the time. This is a sum of small steps. First, at Wikimedia Germany, we had to decide, oh, wow, are we doing this international thingy? I mean, why? Oh, and then we thought, well, yeah, Germany is part of this United Assembly of Nations, so maybe we could influence them to talk a little more about Wikicommons. So we gathered around our civil society, and we wrote something that probably the ministry could bring to the United Nations. And we also used something the foundation wrote. That was great. So the government of Germany called us and said, yeah, yes, we are waiting for something the civil society was bringing to us, so thank you. And we got their contacts. And then we got a little bit bold and we thought, why not have a side event at the United Nations, maybe, but we need a country to host. And we called the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and said, that would be an excellent opportunity for Germany to host a session that would fulfill your goals perfectly. And they agreed. They said, oh yeah, we have a room and let's do it inside the United Nations building. And we said, yeah. So there was a lot of collaboration doing, so a lot of working. We are working with a foundation together and with partners to create a really cool session. And then you see the phones and the hot tea, because we got a call from the German government that they would drop out of diplomatic reasons. No time to tell about that, but you can believe a hot telephone conversation was starting because we were missing a nation. We needed a nation to endorse this side session. And thanks to personal contacts by Wiki, we achieved the Poland would step in. Poland agreed to come in. It would not cost them more than a bus ride, and we could fly to the United Nations and see the relief team up in the left corner after the session, and some impressions here. It was really great. So you can all make it sail. You already do. You are contributing to this great project. You can collaborate with fellow movements all over the world. You are a digital public good now. Your state signed that they would support digital public goods. So you can walk to your government and say, hey, we are a digital public good. You are obliged to support us. And then you come up with a clever idea how they exactly support you, but they need to support you. And work your political representatives, because we are important. You can be proud, you can be bold, come up like this and make Wiki movement visible to decision makers all over the world. Thank you so much.
Round of applause. Wow. You know, I had a chance to be at the Summit of the Future, being from the New York area, and I'm sure some of you in the room have heard about it. It was wonderful. So on to our next speaker.
Hello, I'm Rocky from Wikimedia Bangladesh, and I am one of the board members of Wikimedia Bangladesh, and I'm here to share with you the journey of decentralization of our chapter. Actually, our chapter got recognition from Wikimedia Foundation back in 2011. That time it was the 39th chapter, but actually their operation starts from 2014 when they got the local recognition. And at the beginning, Wikimedia Bangladesh totally Dhaka-centric. Dhaka is the capital of Bangladesh, and all the board members are from Dhaka, and most of the activities are actually planning in Dhaka. So there is very limited activity all over the country. So the leadership that time felt that they should focus on making or encouraging local leadership. You know, Bangladesh has a population of around 100 and more than 180 million, and all the people, around 99% people, first language is Bangla. So we have one community, but we need to decentralize. So regarding the decentralization of our activity, some regional communities formed to build the future leader and also promoting the local knowledge or local activities. So for that purpose, at the first year of getting local recognition, back in 2014, a community formed in a divisional city, that is in Chattogram, and next year, Rajshahi community formed. Actually, these two communities shapes the structure of the regional communities. And right now, we have 5 regional communities, active communities. There are some communities which are not that much active right now. So most of the activities actually done by these communities, like Wikimedia Bangladesh only maintain or arrange the national level activities, but other activities actually run by the local communities. And we have many challenges like veteran Wikipedians don't have that much leadership quality. We have many good Wikimedians in our country, but this that as a great challenge. So we felt that there should be more communities, but that we are limited within 5 actually. Another challenge is to make collaboration with those communities, like they are from 100 or 200 kilometers, or they are very far from the capital, and they very often got the opportunity to interact directly. So we feel that from this year, we are focusing on making collaboration through the online meetup, or making a program yearly, once in a year, so that they can meet directly and make a collaboration with them and arrange program jointly. So what we got from this process, like 9 board members, many members are coming from the regional communities. I am also from the regional communities. I founded the Rajshahi communities, and through my activity or showing what I did in Rajshahi, helps me to elected as a board member Wikimedia Bangladesh. And here we are in Nairobi, 4 from Bangladesh, and all of us coming from different communities. So that's all. If you want to know more, you can go through this link. And if you have any suggestion for our community or our chapters, you can share with me. Or if you want to learn anything from me, you are also welcome after this session. Thank you so much.
Okay, give it up, everybody. Come on, come on, come on. All the way from back. Okay, y'all in the back. Let's give it up. Come on, that was good, right? That's right. That's right. Okay, give it up for yourself then. Come on. Come on. I'm looking at you. Okay, great. All right, so the next thing is going to come from dial-up. So it's going to be in Spanish. For those of you in here who would like to hear it in Spanish or have a translation for you, you can click on this, you can choose this QR code, okay? So I'm going to give you guys a chance to do that right now, and then afterwards we'll proceed with the next one, okay? But one more time, give it up for yourself, and remember that everyone that you heard speak today is going to be here in this room. So if you want more information, you can come right up and ask them yourself. Okay, off we go.
La agenda del día de hoy, hablar del programa, de las cartografías, la metodología, los momentos didácticos y los casos de éxito que hemos tenido en el país. Hay 2 fechas importantes. Titulamos al programa Wikipedia es parte de la educación porque creemos que es una fiel herramienta que acompaña en todo momento los procesos educativos, no solo dentro del aula, sino fuera de. Tenemos 2 fechas importantes, 2011 y 2019. 2011 es cuando nace Wikimedia México y justo es donde empieza todo el proyecto, ¿no? Nos acercamos con universidades y empezamos a implementar este programa. 2019 es cuando Wikimedia México cuenta con un staff de trabajo, el cual ayuda a facilitar el acercamiento con más comunidades. El objetivo principal y más importante que llegamos a tener nosotras y nosotros es contribuir en la formación y acompañamiento de comunidades educativas en la sociedad del conocimiento libre, mediante la creación y construcción de procesos de enseñanza-aprendizaje, para la integración de proyectos Wikimedia en las prácticas pedagógicas de diferentes alianzas educativas. Nosotras y nosotros creemos fielmente que este tipo de experiencias, este tipo de prácticas tenían que estar en un espacio. Nosotras y nosotros construimos un libro que se titula Wikieducación, prácticas y experiencias educativas en México con Wikipedia y otros recursos educativos abiertos. Se encuentra disponible en Wikimedia Commons. Ustedes pueden directamente escanear el código QR y directamente los va a mandar. Es lindo también conocer otras perspectivas y otros contextos, entonces les hago la invitación a que ustedes puedan acercarse a este recurso muy importante que construimos entre toda la comunidad de Wikimedia México. Asimismo, también es muy importante hablar de la huella que estamos dejando dentro del país, ¿no? Hablamos de cartografías educativas, nosotras tenemos dos espacios muy importantes, la página del dashboard, que es un gran aliado para todo el trabajo que hacemos. El día de hoy tenemos y contamos con 145 programas establecidos dentro del aula, los cuales han generado e invitado a más comunidades a sumarse y a participar. Entonces eso va a ser fundamental para también hablar de la parte cuantitativa en el sentido de qué impacto estamos llegando a tener dentro y fuera del país. Asimismo, también tenemos un mapa, el cual cada uno de los puntos amarillos, estas pequeñas banderitas, hablan de la incidencia que tenemos en el país. El país es muy grande. En ocasiones es muy complicado llegar a diferentes espacios, pero gracias a todas las personas que le apuestan a decir Wikipedia o Wikimedia en diferentes escenarios, es como nosotras y nosotros estamos llegando a platicar, conversar a partir de proyectos educativos, editatones, talleres, charlas y diferentes cursos a lo largo de esta trayectoria. Por acá ustedes van a encontrar fotografías, son fotografías de algunas de las tantas personas con las que hemos convivido. Nuestra metodología no solo es llegar e implementar Wikipedia, ¿no? Nosotras partimos de una metodología donde hablamos justo e impulsamos la educación no formal, la educación abierta, la cultura libre, la descolonización del aprendizaje, las pedagogías de la liberación, tecnologías colaborativas y la alfabetización informática tecnológica. La idea es que entre todas y todos podamos generar este tipo de proyectos a partir de diferentes metodologías. Y esta es nuestra clave importante para todo este proyecto que llegamos a tener. Tenemos en su momento 5 momentos didácticos, sesiones diagnóstico, planeación del proyecto, desarrollo de actividades, una valoración, evaluación de los proyectos que llegamos a tener y una retroalimentación por parte de las partes aliadas. Esta es una metodología que a lo largo de estos casi 6 años hemos impulsado y que es un logro importante para nosotros compartirlo. Algunos casos de éxito, tenemos proyectos con docentes, tenemos proyectos con institutos de investigación, tenemos proyectos directamente con universidades y con alumnos y con alumnas. Agradecemos a todas las personas que son parte de, y también agradezco a todas las personas, colegas que han compartido su trabajo por acá. Yo creo mucho en esta frase que dice Eduardo Galeano. Él dice, mucha gente pequeña, en lugares pequeños, haciendo cosas pequeñas, pueden cambiar el mundo. Creo que desde Wikimania y desde todos los contextos y áreas que tenemos, estamos tratando de cambiar al mundo. Ustedes pueden encontrarnos en Wikimedia México, en todas las redes sociales que manejamos acá, y asimismo también les comparto mi correo electrónico, mi user en Wikimedia, y pues estamos en contacto. Muchas gracias a todos y a todas, espero que la sigan pasando bomba. Un abrazo y un apapacho desde México hasta por allá.
Woo! Gracias por eso, Jose. Okay, and the next one is also in Spanish, but we'll have a live speaker coming up. Give a round of applause, everyone.
Hola, gracias por hacer de Wikimania Nairobi un evento multilingüe. Mi nombre es Jorge y les voy a hablar del proyecto Fortaleciendo el Dominio Público Latinoamericano con Wikidata. Bueno, ¿qué autores y autoras están en dominio público en mi país? ¿La obra que quiero digitalizar se encuentra en dominio público o no? ¿Qué obras entraron en dominio público este año y el año que viene? ¿Cómo puedo acceder a esas obras, aprender sobre ellas, compartirlas y reutilizarlas? Bueno, como ustedes sabrán, muchas de estas preguntas son difíciles de responder por la gran complejidad que tiene la ley de derecho de autor, que se transforma en una barrera para identificar y acceder a las obras que están en dominio público. Los plazos de derecho de autor son muy largos, hay una falta de datos claros, confiables sobre el dominio público, sobre todo en los países del sur global, y esto afecta sobre todo a instituciones culturales y educativas, pero también a las personas usuarias. Desde varios grupos de usuarios y capítulos de la región de Latinoamérica, decidimos usar Wikidata, vimos que era una buena herramienta para abordar este problema y cerrar algunas de las brechas de información sobre dominio público y patrimonio cultural. Les voy a contar algunas de ellas. En Colombia, por ejemplo, los amigos de Fundación Conector y de Wikimedia Colombia hicieron un proyecto que se llama Visibilizando el Dominio Público Colombiano, que lo que busca es en Wikidata generar ítems de autores y autoras y de obras que van ingresando cada año en dominio público. En México, los amigos de Wikimedia México desarrollaron un catálogo de artistas y de obras en dominio público. Con datos de Wikidata generan listas de autores y obras divididos por distintas disciplinas artísticas. En Chile desarrollan formación continua sobre Wikidata y patrimonio cultural y también desarrollan alianzas con organizaciones e instituciones de patrimonio para la formación en Wikidata. Desde Uruguay desarrollamos una herramienta basada en datos de Wikidata que sirve para buscar autores y autoras y obras e identificar su estatus de derecho de autor y cuando está disponible acceder a ellas. Mañana viernes va a haber una sesión específica sobre esta herramienta. Bueno, entre todos estos proyectos, lo que decidimos este año es, ya nos conocíamos, pero decidimos juntar fuerzas y hacer acciones conjuntas. Entre ellas, hacer talleres de edición locales en cada uno de los países en Wikidata sobre dominio público, para generar ítems de autores y obras. También formación a staff y voluntarios de los capítulos y grupos de usuarios para el uso avanzado de Wikidata sobre patrimonio cultural. También vamos a desarrollar una campaña de edición sobre dominio público regional en Wikidata. Vamos a tratar de apoyar a otras campañas del movimiento sobre editando Wikidata y patrimonio. También hicimos un wikiproyecto llamado Dominio Público en América Latina que sirve para sistematizar buenas prácticas de edición en Wikidata sobre patrimonio y también vamos a seguir desarrollando la herramienta Paulina. Y los objetivos, por supuesto, son juntar fuerzas, pero sobre todo con un objetivo muy fuerte que es reducir las brechas de información y los enormes sesgos de información que todavía son muy grandes en Wikidata, no solo de la región latinoamericana, sino de todo el sur global. Y bueno, de esta manera desarrollar estrategias innovadoras y herramientas que nos sirvan no solamente a nosotros y nosotras, sino también al trabajo de todos ustedes en otras regiones. Así que les invitamos a sumarse y bueno, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Muchas suertes por este proyecto. Okay, so without further ado, here we have, over here, where are you going? Over here, our next speaker.
Hello. Hope we have a few football fans here. Do you have, sorry? Yeah, someone is mentioning Arsenal. Oh. Oh yeah, for your own information, there is CHAN, African Nations Champions, that is happening, and today Kenya will be playing against Angola, and then tomorrow we shall have Uganda playing against Guinea. Yeah, so we are very lucky this year that we have Wikimania hosted in Kenya, as well as we have the African Nations Championship also hosted between Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. Yeah, so my name is Moviru Shafik, project lead Wiki Loves Sport in Uganda. There was a challenge of a number of stuff. You could look for either football players, boxers, netballers, and you would hit a wall on Wikipedia, and also since Wikipedia uses secondary sources, when the sports journalists write about these players or football games, they don't do it like how the rest of the sports journalists around the world do it. Maybe in Africa, what you could see is they give you the updates, the results of the match, and then no more details. So that was a very huge challenge. And yeah, last year we ran a campaign. Before we named it Wiki Loves the Sport, we ran it as Wiki Soccerthon. We were focusing only on football, and we managed to have 1,000 media files that were uploaded in Wikimedia Commons. And also we had 52 new Wikipedia articles, and also we managed to improve more than 100 and translated to local language as well. This year, we're running this as Wiki Loves the Sport to also include the rest of the sports into this campaign. But this time around, we are running it as a mentorship program. To enable inclusivity, we had 8 females join the campaign, 7 males join the campaign, and these are going to be all actually being mentored into creating Wikipedia articles, creating Wikidata items, uploading media files on Commons, and also we're giving them a few soft skills in photography, graphic design, and also videography to enable sustainability. Our purpose is to increase visibility, build capacity, enhance content diversity, and also bridge the gender or the content gap. So we are addressing also the underrepresentation of African sports on Wikimedia platforms. Here are some of the statistics as of July 17th of this year's campaign. You could see there, we have 20 editors on this program, and below what you see on the screen are some of the statistics. So our vision is we are focusing on scaling this to, first of all, East Africa, and as well Africa, having Wiki Loves the Sport in an African perspective. I know it's being run in Europe, but then we envision having this scaled across Africa. Yeah, asante sana. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. Woo! All right. That was amazing. Oh, I want to go see that boxing match, actually. That's what I want to see next. Okay, so who's up next? Onto the stage. Give him a round of applause.
Hello, my name is Shamal. My username is user Shamal. I come from India, a country where public libraries are not a big priority. So everybody here has heard of the Wikipedia Library. So it's truly a boon, except that sometimes I think I need many lifetimes to actually make use of it. And because I'm mostly editing on STEM topics, I just decided to look at how the material on the library is being used. So I just chose one project, which is Project Muse. John Hopkins University and Wikipedia Library has access to it. So I chose just books, just STEM topics, and I looked at the most recent full-length books, 300 plus pages, and I looked at whether those books are being used in English language Wikipedia. So here's an example. There's a book about the Onondaga Lake, not my area of interest, but I just looked at the top hits. And the article on the Wikipedia entry does not even know about the existence of this book, which is accessible to editors. So another example, a book about the mathematician Simone Weil, and it just has a mention on the Simone Weil English Wikipedia entry. I don't think it's been cited. It's not, I don't think anyone's actually read through that book. It's accessible to just about every editor. Another small example, a book about anthrax. And the article on anthrax has one citation to this book, but it's for a very trivial reason. And again, we are talking about books that are 300 pages long, full, dealing in depth, and very recent publications in many cases, but it's not being used. So the answer to my rhetorical title is no. Well, you can leave at this point. No, that's not the point of this. So what can we do to improve the usage of the Wikipedia library? So most of us who are doing substantial edits, we are doing it in one of two ways. Sometimes we have a topic in mind, and sometimes maybe you got hooked onto a book, and as you flip through the book and read, you want to make little things, look up Wikipedia and see, oh, wow, this is amazing. Is it there in the Wikipedia article? And you go to fix the Wikipedia article. So if you're working on a specific topic, then you're typically going to Google Scholar, and you're going to search for content related to that. And you can also go and use Wikipedia Library's own search engine, but this is really quite bad. I don't know if people have used it. Google Scholar is much better, but if you do a little tweak on Google Scholar and use this setting where you choose to indicate whether the content is on the Wikipedia library, then it tells you what sources are available to you. I'm not sure if many people know about this, but if you do that, it's much easier to find scholarly sources which are available to you. But there's the other way, where you find a book and you're going and editing Wikipedia entries. So this seems to be a bit of a bottleneck. Books are often not even found on Google Scholar because in the scholarly world, citations to books are not as important as citations to peer-reviewed journals. So how can we make these books better known? Perhaps some AI can go through some of the books that are available and find out what they deal with and suggest it to a list of wiki projects. Say, hey, this book's available, why don't you guys go and read it up and improve the relevant Wikipedia entries? So I think because Wikipedians are mostly a subset of bibliophiles, we should actually be doing better. And because I'm a biologist, I like to look at what happens in the biological world. So if you go to an ant nest and throw a big amount of food next to the nest, you will get one ant which finds the food, and then it puts a little trail, a scent trail on the path from the food to the nest. Other ants will see this trail. They follow it up, find the food, and they strengthen the trail, and then they keep recruiting more and more foragers who go, and then they finish off the food, and then after a while the scent decays and accumulated. So how might this be incorporated as a kind of Wikipedia user interface? So maybe it could be something like notices where you get
Unfortunately, we're going to have to slow it down, but everybody give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. 53 seconds. Okay, well, I was wrong.
Yeah, thank you. Oops. So it could look like a system where you can see what material has been found on, has been cited, which exists on the Wikipedia library. So this is, it's not easy. It requires background processes, but there are wonderful examples in ResearchGate where you get to know what articles are being used and similar ideas on Google Scholar. And I think it's a big dream, but maybe someone will try and attempt something someday. Yeah, thank you. That's all.
I'm so sorry for that. Wasn't he great? Give him another round of applause. Sometimes we have technical issues. All right, so the next people coming on the stage are already here. Let's give them a big warm welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lucy, and this is my colleague, Caroline. And asante sana for joining us on this panel on Wiki Women and Religion, where we create visibility for African scholars. So, what happens when the wisdom of African women theologians advancing feminist theology, ethics, and social justice is absent in the world's most visited encyclopedia, which is Wikipedia? And so we're here to share a story that crosses oceans, a collaboration between Kenya and the United States, where you will unite to amplify voices of African women theologians and scholars. As we celebrate Wikimania at 20, our work embodies the theme of inclusion, impact, and sustainability. We center on marginalized knowledge. We document, archive, and amplify visibility and voices of African women. We invest in local leadership and infrastructure. For the Circle of Concerned African Women Theologians, it was founded by Mercy Amba Oduyoye, and it has about 42 chapters across the continent, with several chapters in each country, depending on the number of institutions. And so, despite groundbreaking work of African women theologians challenging patriarchy, their works remain largely absent from the Wikipedia, and this erases their collaboration from the global discourse. And so, this knowledge gap perpetuates marginalization of African women's intellectual leadership. And so as the Kenyan chapter, Kenyan Wiki Project chapter, we focus on Kenyan women theologians, and we have worked to create articles and improve others on matriarchs like Hannah Kinoti and others. And we've had two grants. We had the first grant in 2024, where we expanded Wikipedians in Kenya on the Kenyan Wiki Project, and the second grant, 2025, where we expanded and retained Wikipedia editors in Kenya. And we argue that inclusion requires intentionality, and it is not just about adding names on Wikipedia, but it is about valuing diverse ways of knowing.
And the picture we see there is the Fountain of Knowledge at the University of Nairobi, the place where we envision to have a Wikipedia editing and training hub. The aspiration behind this vision is to empower university students and the circle community members with editing skills through high quality and ongoing trainings. Basically, we use internet and library sources, and as at now, we have circle community members training and recruiting new editors, more so among us, the university students. And some of the challenges we encounter as we run along towards working towards this vision of having the hub is one on the funding, whereby we're looking forward for sustainability funding. And we have mentioned the two grants which helped us kickstart the project or the work, but then we anticipate for further partnership to help us realize the dream. Another challenge is burnout among us, the editors, because continued working in the virtual space causes burnout among us, the editors. And probably to conclude, we call upon African colleagues probably to ask ourselves, how can we adopt working strategies in our context? That is the take-home for our African colleagues. And therefore, we call upon funders and Wikipedia, Wikimania, to help us start and sustain the hub. And those of you who are interested in religion and gender activism, we ask you to join us. You can edit an article, you can recruit an editor, or even join us in our physical space, which one time we'll have, so that next year when we gather here for celebrating the next 20 years of Wikipedia, we will celebrate with our African women theologian scholars. Thank you.
Wonderful. That was fantastic. What a blessing. Hey, what great speakers we have in this room. Give up for the speakers. Okay, so next we have a pre-recorded video, and enjoy.
Thank you for having us for our lightning talk. I'd like to introduce myself, Lucy Moore, my colleague Richard Neville, and our silent partner, Fran Olfrey. We recently wrote an article called Forging the Medieval on Wikipedia, and we're here to give you a brief summary of its contents. So here we are in our glory. We are all archaeologists and academics and also Wikimedians. So we brought our talents together to think about how information on Wikipedia shapes the medieval world. And I should specify it's English Wikipedia that we're talking about.
So when we started this research, we wanted to look at the strengths of Wikipedia and see where its areas, see where its content could be improved by the intervention of researchers. We wanted to help people understand how they could bring their skills and their knowledge to the general public through Wikipedia itself. And our aim with this talk is to distill a few of those ideas and give you the information you need to then take to researchers and say, this is why you should be working with Wikipedia. One of our case studies was about the Black Death, so this pandemic that took place in the 14th century. Well, one of the key things is that in 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic was really getting underway and at its height, people were going to Wikipedia and looking up information about the Black Death. And the understanding of the past can shape their understanding of the present. And I think a really important thing as well is that looking at past events can give people hope. That can be through medical incidents such as this, responses to disasters like earthquakes, or just feed curiosity. There's a lot of benefits in enhancing content about the past.
So another case study that we looked at was looking at pages that related to the Viking Age, and specifically the page related to the Viking Age on English Wikipedia. And one of the things that we discovered was that back when the page, kind of was created in 2001, it actually had more of a global perspective than it does now. And this could be due to a range of factors. It could be due to the fact that this is just on English Wikipedia and there weren't other language Wikipedias quite at that point. It could also be due to perhaps a changing political climate that makes us more Anglo-centric, certainly more Eurocentric. And I think it's important for us to think about how the knowledge is changing, particularly with really popular subjects like the Vikings, subject of huge TV series, and just to think constructively about what we're doing with that content.
Our co-author, Fran, looked at the English Wikipedia article on Old English literature. And it was a really interesting case study. She found that a lot of the content had kind of solidified around some older publications, and there was less room for newer pieces of research coming through. Old English literature has a lot written about it. It's a very large topic. So it's easy for this kind of establishment of texts to become official, both within academia and within the public sphere as well, which is what Wikipedia is, which makes it harder to bring through those new perspectives, the work of new researchers, people who might bring through feminist and queer perspectives. That is a really clear gap in the article on Old English literature. So that is something which we would like to see addressed. Use researchers and their areas of expertise to bring through the new stuff and make sure that Wikipedia articles aren't telling the same old stories, just repeated over and over again. Research and information should be a constant dialogue, a constant cycle of bringing forth new information and seeing how that affects previous interpretations and understandings.
So there's a lasting significance, as we all know, for the content that we produce on Wikipedia. Large language models ingest wiki content, and we can see that being reproduced in a whole range of different areas online. we also wanted to highlight that there is an increasingly hostile environment to some researchers, and that there will be international impact of this going forward decades as fewer people are able to publish and produce this, groundbreaking research that can change how we view the world. And we really need this relationship with people who are producing knowledge so that we can reproduce that knowledge and it to be spread more equitably everywhere. Do have a read of our paper, and many thanks to everyone who's come and watched.
That was the last of the recorded items, and now we have the last speaker coming up to the stage. Give her a warm welcome. Come on, you can do better. She's the last one. All right.
Thank you. Thank you for staying for the last one. But anyway, it's time to party, everyone. Wikipedia's birthday is coming next year, and we are preparing things for you. But first, I want to show you. So this is the oldest surviving edit on Wikipedia. But please look at the date, 15th of January. So mark this date on your calendar for next year. Why? Because we're going to celebrate Wikipedia's birthday 25. So how did we, okay, because the screen just disappeared in front of me. That's fine, I'm remembering things. How did we celebrate it before? That one. Okay. So Wikipedia's 10, we did more than 50 events. Wikipedia's 15, 550 press stories, 188 events. Wikipedia's 20, almost 1,000 press stories, 115 events across all the countries. And yes, please, we're not going to reveal what we're going to do on that Wikipedia's birthday 25, but this is how we're going to celebrate it. Grants. So we are giving grants for communities to celebrate Wikipedia. You can celebrate your own birthday on your Wikipedia. It doesn't have to be Wikipedia 25. It could be Wikipedia 21, 22, 19, up to you. During all the year of 2026, brand toolkit, custom designs, Wikipedia's 25, visual assets, templates, logos. Our brand team is working very hard on preparing a lot of things for you so you can use it and will be accessible. Presentations materials, ready to use, slides, storytelling tools to help community members present Wikipedia's birthday 25, 22, 19, as you want, at the local events and gathering, celebrating ideas. We will help you to recommend you and add you some ideas how to celebrate, up to you. It's very original, be creative, be wild. We expect everything, we encourage everything, we give you everything you need, just be wild and creative. Community kickoff call. So we're gonna have a community kickoff call to start the celebration on the 15th of January. That's why I said mark it in your calendar right now, because 15th of January, we're gonna kick these celebrations call with everyone, all the communities all around the world. Another thing is cool we're gonna also preparing is the Easter egg to reward rewards. As you see, this project is focusing on working with community to create small fun experience. If you are curious about it, you will find more and share more in the product and tech table, which is available here at Wikimania Nairobi. And there is a meetup on Saturday from 1 to 2 o'clock in Mombasa in a room 1. So please, if you want to know more about it, go to the product and tech tables, and they have exciting things to tell you about the Easter egg. More about Wikipedia's birthday. So I'm not going to reveal anything. You have to stay tuned. No spoilers, nothing, sorry. But I can tell you that on the 26th of August, you will have some things happening on this page. So keep this page as your favorite for the coming few months, because a lot of things is going to be updated on this page. Starting from August 26th, it's going to be exciting. A lot of things is going to be incredible, happy, and I'm sure you're going to love it. So stay tuned and watch this page all the time in your favorite history bookmark. Thank you, everyone. That's it. Woo!
Give it up, give it up, give it up. All right, you did it. You made it. You came on time. Had your ears open, your minds open to hear some great ideas, and you heard from all over the wiki world. Give it up for yourself. You deserve it. You did great. And it was so great to see how much you cheered everyone on. And so right now what we're going to do is we're going to bring up everyone who spoke today to the stage, and we're going to have a nice group photo for the class of 2025 for the Lightning Talk Showcase. Give it up. Woo! Innovative ideas, innovative people, making different. Oh, it was great. All right, and so as we take the photo, I'm going to put this down.
Leaderboard, we still have a couple more people scanning the QR code coming in.
No problem.
And
I'll
I
wait.
think in about 10 seconds, we can probably begin the game. Most people have scanned. Oh, we're saying just a second. Give me one moment.
Just putting up my, yes, to make sure my vacuum tablet is working. And for those wondering, if for whatever reason you can't see what's in the screen, the questions will come on your phone as well. So it's going to be on the screen and on your phone. So you can just see whichever suits you. I mean, for many people, it may be easy for them to just read the questions on the phone. It works both ways. And if you're online, you may want to use a second phone for answering the questions. It's up to you. Oh, I didn't expect to be able to join. Elena, are we ready?
We've just got 3 more people coming in and are going to scan your QR code, and then we should be ready to go.
Yeah, good.
One more moment. We're still scanning. People are choosing their little characters.
Avatars. Or the username. Names they want to use for this.
Okay, are we good in the room? Are we ready to play? Okay, let's play, leaderboard. Take us away.
Okay. Oh, my music is stopped. Okay. So here's the first question. Can't wait. Can you hear me? No. Can you hear the music? Probably not. Don't know. But yeah, here's the first question. You have a user who wants to use Wikidata to find the number of Wikipedia languages with an article about Swahili language. Which link should they use? By the way, the timer is on the bottom of the screen. I can't hear what's happening in person. So, where's the wiki? You don't need a wiki idea. You don't need a wiki, I believe, Derek. As I mentioned, yeah. Oh, wiki. Forgot to put a wiki. Good cats. By the way, it's wiki.com/wiki. Good cats. I actually forgot about that. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Oh, by the way, you do get some points if you answer faster. But Derek did point out a small typo. I forgot to put wiki. That's my bad. But yeah, it is Q7838 because you need an identifier. You need some sort of a record, and you can't. Probably putting like Swahili it differs by language, and you could probably have two entries with the same name but to refer to 2 different things altogether. That's why you often have to use some sort of a unique ID. In this case, Wikidata uses a number. But yeah, Derek pointed out a small typo. Okay. Here's the first one, and most of you got it right. 53% is correct. Got it right. Don't worry about that. There are a lot of other questions left there are many other opportunities for people to get this one. Next one. Okay, this is a match the following question, by the way. And music is, for whatever reason, music is not. I have just no idea why. I really have no idea why the music is missing. I don't know why. There's supposed to be music, but it's not there. Right, so let's see. Okay, so I don't know who this duck mat is. That they're the one who's currently on top. But yeah, this is pretty much just a quick match the following problem. And two of the answers are actually pretty obvious because Wikibooks and Wikinews, the answer is actually right there. And this is a wiki, so this is actually pretty similar to the current logo. This is the Wiki Void logo. I believe it was changed because, if I'm not mistaken, it looked a bit like WTO. That's what I remember about why they changed the logo, but I'm not 100% sure. And this is the, I think, the first Wikipedia logo. Okay. Hopefully all is going fine. Any questions in the meantime? Any questions till right now? Yeah, Derek, it's a tip of the iceberg. Any questions, Alina? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to go for the next one. Yes, next question. What the number of the publicly editable Wikimedia Foundation wikis n satisfies which sort of following inequalities? And there are inequalities pretty large, so the answer should be pretty clear immediately. By the way, time is actually pretty short for this question. Okay. There's pretty good competition among the top few people. So the answer is about 855 wikis. I mean, that you can actually authenticate using your single user login account. That's between 10 squared, which is 100, and 10 cube, which is 1000. I think a few people picked 1000. I mean, a number between 1000 and 10 to the 4. Maybe if you include the private wikis, even that also I'm actually doubtful whether including private wikis will, I don't know, make the total number of wikis more than 1000. I don't think so. But anyway, I make it publicly. I actually wrote it as publicly editable to avoid confusion on how you interpret this problem. So any questions in the meantime, Elena?
Sorry, what was the last thing you said?
Any questions?
Any questions from the room on that answer?
Just want to make sure that.
Oh, we got a question in the front. It's being yelled. Let me get there quickly. What's the actual number? Is the question? Now.
The actual number is roughly 860, approximately. Approximately 860.
Approximately.
You can check it if you take any account and if you use the Crinkles tool to globalize all the accounts that you have, you will get something like 855 or something, if I remember correctly.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I think we're ready to go to the next one.
Okay. So here's the next question about doom scrolling on YouTube. On the description parts, you see something about Creative Commons and you download a video and you want to import it to a Wikimedia Foundation project. Which one should you import it to? Okay. Yeah, most of you got this pretty right. Most of you got this right. It is Wikimedia Commons because with Wikimedia Commons, you can actually upload it to, any Wikimedia project can use it. It's not like if you for instance, upload to Wikipedia instead, only that project can use it. And the fact that it's Creative Commons attribution license reused allowed means that, yes, it is a free use license. We can upload it to Commons. We don't have to worry about fair use and all that. Yeah, that's correct. Derek says that's the spirit. That is indeed the case. The case. And a few people Wiki function for some reason. I'm not sure why, honestly. But there you go. Here's the next question, and probably one that's going to cause a little bit of challenge to you. Here's the fifth question. You have a situation on MetaWiki, and you need to figure out what all rights needs to be there to become the bureaucrat of CheckUserWiki. Keep in mind, this is multi-select. You can pick more than one. You have to pick only the correct answers to get the points. If you pick, for example, if there are only 2 correct answers and you pick 3, you won't get any points. So you have, it's about one user being a steward, gives a global right to another user, and that global user has to do something. We have got about a minute left. This is a slightly longer question, so I gave more time for this question. About a half a minute left. Okay. How many of you got this right? Okay, actually, a few people did get this right. Does anyone want to tell me how they got this question? I'm just curious to see, did anyone figure out what had to be done to get this question?
Does anybody want to share their answer that got it correct? How'd you get there? Does anyone feel confident about how they got there? Okay, let's see.
Because all the others applied to other wikis, and this was only for that wiki.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Because all the others applied to other wikis, and this was the only answer for that wiki alone.
Not quite. I mean, not quite. Okay. So there are 2 ways to do this one. And when I was writing this question, I could find 2 different routes for people to get this one. One correct, one incorrect, and in both cases, you will get a right answer. So the incorrect reasoning is to assume that this CheckUserWiki is a global, is a public wiki. You make the incorrect assumption, and then because of that, if it's in a single user, if you can actually connect it using SUL, you can then just with user rights, you can literally just go to CheckUserWiki and assign the permissions. I don't know how many people got it that way. But that's not correct because CheckUserWiki is private. You can't just access it just like that. You need to be, it's a private wiki, so only the authorized user can even read. So the reasoning I had in mind was you need to, with option B, you need to actually add you can use option B to give you the steward, and with stewarding, you can actually edit you can actually add user rights in the wiki. You need that right. Option A. With user rights in the wiki, you can then, on MetaWiki, you can edit the rights of CheckUserWiki. And that's, I think, the hard bit for a lot of people. I think that's kind of the hard bit, knowing that you can actually access private wikis, user rights, even if it's private. So that is kind of the hard bit and the reason, I believe the reason is that the user rights in the wiki is really dated. So I think 2004 is. I'm not sure this will be possible if user rights in the wiki was a newer technology. Yeah, it's hard. Don't worry about it. I told you. Some questions will be challenging.
Leaderboard, when we go after the next question, can you hold more on the scoring, like the actual leaderboard for your game after we answer the next question so we can see who's winning?
I will try. I will try. I'm just
Okay.
not fully sure how this I'll try.
Thank you.
Tell me. Yes, sixth one. Oh, by the way, there's a video, so I actually have to play the video.
Is makkelijker op te sporen en ook best een...
If you don't understand that, that's fine.
Mabel bijvoorbeeld, de weduwe van prins Friso.
Yeah.
Eerst stond er dit.
You have a quick video.
Die zij gaf toen ze met de prins trouwde over haar ex, Klaas Bruinsma, drugscrimineel. Plotseling werd dat dit. Aangepast vanaf een computer in, jawel, Paleishuis ten Bosch.
Okay, so if you could not read it, if you did not understand what was being said, if you did not understand what was said in the video, or if you don't speak Dutch, that's fine. There's a full English translation in the question itself. About 20 seconds left. Remember, there's a translation, so don't worry if you could not understand what the video was saying, or if you could not hear the video at all. Okay, let's see. Okay, so this is the leaderboard right now. Okay, apparently leaderboard goes away quickly. Let me see if I can find no idea how to find just trying to figure out how to find a leaderboard, but I don't actually know. I'm sorry, I'll try to figure out whether no, okay, don't want to cause some issues. Okay, so what's this saying? This is apparently a case where I think it was I don't know if it's Prince, but I think something related to Prince edited something using an IP address that was actually linked to the Huis Palace in the Netherlands. And people actually caught it. And that was something I actually found surprising, that people would actually catch that. And what I also found surprising was it's only happened on the English Wikipedia. There was no evidence that they did the same, they made the same change on the Dutch Wikipedia. Why? I don't know. Yeah, and actually, I would recommend you to watch that NOS segment if possible later on. I think you can just use Google Translate if you don't understand Dutch. There are also other gems in that video. For example, they discussed about a fake fish recipe, which apparently even celebrity chefs fell for it. Yeah, so any questions in the meantime? I'm sorry, I'm not fully sure what's up with the leaderboard, but it's safe. Any questions in the meantime from the audience?
Any questions? No, I think we're good.
You all good? Okay, good. Let's go for the next one. You've got 5 statements, and you need to categorize them as things that could be used as part of a new wiki source, and those that, if true, cannot be used for a new wiki source. By the way, if you don't understand something in what I'm saying, I'll publish full solutions later. So.
For people having trouble, some people thought it was a drag and drop. It's not. It's click and categorize.
Yeah. I mean, that is, yeah. Okay, we are done. Let's see how many people got this right. Not many. So this turned out to be a lot of people got partially correct. That's important because if you match some of the options correctly, you will get points for it. So let's take out the options carefully, and I wonder why can't I find a leaderboard? That's a bit strange. Okay, whatever. I guess I guess not showing a leaderboard has a benefit because it's going to add suspense. But anyway, let's take a look at this. A simplified variant of another language, it's basically like simple English Wikipedia. They're not allowed anymore. They used to be allowed. That's why you have to simple English Wikipedia, but not anymore. The dialect of French, that won't work because it's going to be too similar to an existing language. Conlang is allowed. That's what Esperanto is for. Esperanto, I think you have interlingua wiki, interlingua language. Those are all allowed actually, as long as it is well supported. An extinct language is possible because this is probably the only project where there is value in kind of documenting articles or books about a language that no longer exists. Now, it's probably better to not create your own wiki for an extinct language, but it is allowed. And last, yeah, that's part of pretty much any language. It's just a gimme. You need to have a language with Unicode ending. I mean, nearly every language has a Unicode ending. So, okay, let's go for the next one. No idea what's up with this leaderboard in the meantime. Okay, here's the next question. About a Wikipedia policy page and a bunch of terms. About less than a half minute left. Over 3 seconds left. Okay. Yeah, most of you got it right. And does someone want to explain how they got it? Does someone in the audience want to explain how they deduce the terms to show that it is basically what English Wikipedia calls a sock puppetry? Anyone wants to give it a try?
What was the question? Can you repeat it?
Also, maybe I'm just speaking too fast.
You are speaking very fast. You might want to speak a little quiet, a little slower.
Sorry. Does anyone want to explain how they got this question?
Falsely accused of being someone else's idol.
So good. So good.
That's the clear term. I mean, some terms are not very useful. Some terms are kind of useful only for a small number of people, and some of the terms are pretty much the gimme, which I intended. Now, for example, the Mayavi Lutapi. For people who know it, it's actually a big hint, but I don't think anyone's going to know who Mayavi and Lutapi are. By the way, there are actually cartoon characters, Mayavi being the hero and Lutapi being the villain. Yeah. This is based, I took the Malayalam Wikipedia's version of sock puppetry when writing this question. That's why the Mayavi Lutapi reference. Same as idols, which I think is often used when you, we often use it as a term, like it's like a copy of something. But I don't think anyone's going to know what an Apparamuti administrator is. But yeah, let's look at the next question. About which roles for which of the following roles is it required to publicly disclose your real name? About 35 seconds left. About 5 seconds left. Okay, quite a people ran out of time on this one, it seems. So here's a leaderboard. You have someone called Giku who is on first place. I don't know who that person is, but yeah. So broad of trust is probably the most obvious answer, where you need to actually disclose your real name. It's good, and that I think dissuades a few people from registering. It'll dissuade me if I have to disclose my real name. Then the CRC, okay, CRC, yes, they have to disclose the name to WMF, but they don't actually have to disclose it publicly, and they're not actually allowed to. The CRC members are not allowed to disclose that they are on the committee as long as they're part of it. They can only disclose it once they resign or similar. Affiliation committee is a bit of a tricky option, but that does actually require you to disclose your real name. U4C and stewards, they're just volunteer roles. They don't require disclosure. Right. Okay. So does anyone have questions at this point? Or should we go for the next one?
I think we can move on.
Okay, that's good. Just question number 10 about wiki species and a long-term abuser. About 15 seconds. Five seconds. Okay. Wait a minute, let me just make sure there's no mistake. What was the expected answer for this question? Okay, increase the protect. Thankfully, I was scared I made a mistake somewhere. Okay. So, this question was surprisingly hard. I mean, I was expecting more people to get this right. So let's look at options. Option A is expected, because if you increase the protection to full protect, they can't vandalize anymore, because you can't just become a sysop without making any edits. Now, option B is possible, but it's tedious, because detecting main page vandalism is very difficult. You will have false positive and abuse filter. It's not possible to just be completely accurate in terms of detecting vandalism or similar. Plus, it's also it's not simplest. It's pretty heavy-handed. It's a pretty heavy-handed solution to use an abuse filter. C doesn't really solve the problem. They will just wait longer. D is a bad answer, because there is no rule that people have to edit it in the first 5 days. And a lot of people just, when they visit a wiki, they're not intending to edit. They're just going to just visit a wiki, and maybe after 1 month, 2 months, they may edit, or they may never edit. Blocking such account is a bit too draconian. E, the two problems. One, an account with 5 users is already auto-confirmed, not a new user. Secondly, flag revision is itself rather draconian, and it's extremely unusual to do it just on the main page. That's not really a place where you tend to use for flag revision. It's normally for when you, for an article, when you want to make sure that there is no, when you want to allow people to edit, but you're concerned that some people want to vandalize. You want to balance flexibility with making sure that vandalizers don't show up. But yeah, you could have a site. Derek makes a point. You could have a site where a lot of experienced but not admin users update the main page regularly. It is still bad practice because main page is pretty much a page where you should only have sysops edit, in my opinion. No, autoconfirmed has a specific definition on the Wikimedia. Or it is a specific user, right? It is not. It's not just a new user, I would say, but I can see the confusion here. So does anyone have any questions from the in-person audience before we move on to the next question?
I think we can move on. Yeah, we can move on.
Okay, good. Yeah, you got an image of an ant, and the question is to tell me what is it referred to? What does this image refer to? About 4 seconds. Yeah, most of you got it right. It is a bug tracking system. It is Bugzilla. It is a system which Mozilla uses to track bugs. And it used to be Wikimedia's bug tracking system till about 2014 when it was replaced by Fabricator. And that ant is kind of it is a mascot of Bugzilla. So Bugzilla is not a VCS, that's why your option is wrong, and none of the other options are actually correct either. Let's go for the next one in the meantime. Okay. You've got 5 logos of railways, railway companies around the world, and you have to classify them as those that can be uploaded into Wikimedia Commons and those that cannot. About 40 seconds left. No, Derek, no, not trying to summon all the arguments. Okay, let's see. Okay, we're seeing a lot of competition in the leaderboard. That's what I can say. But yeah. So the question is all about what Commons calls threshold originality. Like, in other words, if it's just, you can easily upload a box, like a simple square, cannot be cannot be anything other than PD because it is not original. So the goal was for you to just take a look and see which of them looks original and which one isn't. The Indian Railways, it clearly is. Japan Railways is just a letter. This is just a couple of it's just a geometric figure. Amtrak is also similar. It's not really all that original. Now then comes SNCF, which a lot of people got it right, which is good because I was expecting that to be tricky. The problem with SNCF is a French company, and the threshold for originality in France is lower than the United States. Now, to have it for something to be uploadable to Wikimedia Commons, it must satisfy the threshold of originality in the United States and in the other country, that is France. But SNCF doesn't satisfy the France part, and that's why it is not in Commons. You can always upload it for fair use. That's allowed. Yeah, is it all fine here? Ready to move on to the next one? Or does anyone have any questions at this point?
Any questions, comments, or challenges? Challenge? Oh, okay. No, we're good. We can go to the next one.
Okay. Here's the next question about an anonymous user on the German Wiki Voyage. There is a translation for what? For some of the terms, there is a translation. The Hauptzeit, Hilfe, Spielweise. There is a English translation, so you can understand what it pages. Okay, a lot of people surprisingly picked option A. Well, IPs don't have address. IPs are not supposed to have user pages, as far as I'm aware. I mean, they may, but they generally don't. Option B is a main page. No. Option C is literally the sandbox. It's just what Germans call a sandbox. That's literally where the right place for people to, well, add gibberish or random text or whatever, because it's a sandbox. D and E are not playgrounds. They are significant articles on the Wiki Voyage. I don't know. The Derek is asking why is sandbox and help namespace? I don't actually know, but that's what is the situation in the German Wiki Voyage. I don't actually know why it is on the help namespace. Not on German Wiki Voyage. I'll recheck, but I don't think so. I can check this if I remember correctly. Hilfe Spielweise is the playground, if I'm not mistaken.
Leaderboard, we have a comment or a question in the room.
Yeah, let's hear the question.
About the sandbox. After someone tests the sandbox, you as an admin, aren't you supposed to then level the sand in it? And you revert it?
I didn't catch the question. Can you repeat?
After someone tests the sandbox, you still have to revert their edit.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. That's why it says least likely. Not necessarily, because some may, and in many wikis, what happens is that you have a bot that does this work. A bot sort of resets a sandbox every 2 or 3 hours. But it's perfectly normal to have random text on a sandbox. That's what the sandbox is. It's for you to play. So it is definitely fine. And on most wikis, if you, for example, were to create a page and just make type gibberish on it, we will redact you down. We will tell you, thank you for testing. Please use a sandbox. That's what it's for. Any other question? I think we have one more. I think. Oh, I don't know. Can't see properly. Do we? Are we okay for the next one? So are we okay? I can't hear anything. Let's check with our team.
Sorry, I got distracted by some beautiful Wiki Loves Monuments postcards back here. Who has the question? Go to the next one. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I was quite confused. Okay, let's go for the next one. Okay, quick match the following question. By the way, I just say hosted or is hosting. "15 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. A lot of people seem to have run out of time on this question, it seems. Let's see. So yeah, this one, that didn't actually match the following for some reason. Let me match the following. Okay, Egypt was the first one in 2008. South Africa in Cape Town was the second in 2018, and we have the third, Kenya, which is being hosted right now. So I should have said hosted or hosting. I made a typo on that, unfortunately. Are we all okay for the next one? All okay? Okay, there's a question. Okay,
Go ahead.
There's a question.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. Here's the 15 question. You have to. This is a drop-down question. So you have to, when you click an answer, there'll be like 10 different, I think 10 or 9 different options, and you can only pick one option for each blank. About less than a minute left. I got 10 different icons. Can I select answers? No, it doesn't allow me to. Okay. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. There's some good competition on leaderboard, I can tell you at this point. So I don't know how to interpret this. This is somewhat difficult to interpret. Hold on. Okay. So what's this testing? This is testing your understanding of magic words, which is something that many people use a lot, but it's poorly understood. The document is a little bit weird, but thankfully I kind of picked the ones that have some documentation on a Translate wiki. So the first 2 parts are about gender. The 2 parts of this. One, if the first thing is to realize that there's no user, so it's going to just pick what's default. In this option, in the second part, because there are 3 parameters for male, female, and neither, or I think it's called neutral. MediaWiki picks what's given on a wiki, and the wikis and MediaWiki and on Wikimedia, the neutral gender is default. So this is E. But if there is no neutral gender, it picks the first one, which is A. This is plural, and if the absolute value of the number is 1, so it could be 1 or -1 or any expression becoming -1 or 1, it's going to pick F, else it pick G. Because -1, the absolute value of -1 is 1, it picks F. This is just basically asking for a Russian translation of the word English. So that's why EN to RU. And the last one is actually a bit of a trick, because the thing with MediaWiki is when you put an invalid date, as is the case with the name Baba, it just repeats the answer. It just returns Baba. It does not return error. It does not return a blank date. It does not return a blank output. Why that's the case, honestly, I don't know. But that's one of MediaWiki's quirks, and that's what I think makes this question very difficult for a lot of people. Okay, so we are on the second last question. Does anyone have questions at this point before we move on to the very last question?
No, I think we're good to move on. I think people don't even know where to begin with a question, so let's move on.
That's fine. That's fine. That's design. That's kind of how it's designed, and there will be full solutions posted on Wiki, like maybe soon after the quiz is done. So you can actually read a full explanation if you did not understand what I said. So don't worry about it too much. The last question, with 45 seconds. There's a quote, and you have to say who made the quote. About only 5 seconds left approximately, so got to be quick. 2, 1. Yeah, okay. So let me look at the response first. No, let me look at the response first. Okay, this is very Supreme Court. So after High Court, basically the High Court started with ANI, and that's why Wikimedia Foundation had to take down an article on the English Wikipedia, because the High Court forced them to. The Supreme Court reversed it. And it was the Supreme Court that was like asking ANI, whose full form is, if I'm not mistaken, Asian News International, asking, you are a media organization and you're asking to gag the Wikimedia Foundation. So that's kind of the irony that the Supreme Court was pointing out. Yeah, so that is I think with that we're at the end of the quiz. And I'm just going to show the leaderboard first. Yeah, I want to end this quiz. I want to see who won actually, because I don't know. Okay, the first person, like this, I don't know if that's actually the case, because this is the scores, and I don't know what the actual raw mark is, how much I actually got out of 16. Let me quickly view the report first, and I will then, let me just see. Okay, so Ferdinando, I think the highest score was Ferdinando, Gikko, I don't know who they are, and Galdo, who got about 10 out of 16, about like 63%. And yeah, 3 people got the same score, same raw score. So, and the winner, I believe, who was winner? Who actually was the winner this time? Can't actually see it. I think Gikko, was the winner. But anyway, that's it. Thanks for coming. And if you have any questions at this point, you can ask now, or you can always message me later on. Any final questions?
Any final questions in the room?
Or
do we have, okay, I know we have Ferdinando in the room. Do we have Giku in the room? Do we have Fufu Fafa in the room? Yeah, all right. We're going to ask them to get up on stage here at the winner's podium. We'll just have them here, yeah. That's nice. Do we have someone who can photograph them? And Lodovike has just very kindly donated 3 prizes. 3 packages of beautiful postcards from Wiki Loves Monuments. Congratulations! Woo!
okay, that's good. Thanks for showing up. That's actually pretty good. Good. That's a pretty decent participation. So, any final questions in the meantime? Or are you all tired from the questions?
There's a lot of excitement here in the room. Thank Thank you so much, Leaderboard. That was a lot of fun. We really appreciate it. Everybody give Leaderboard a hand. He can hear.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Elena, for being quite helpful throughout, especially because I'm online. Thanks for that.
Of course. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.